eat later, I guess.
Jesse, we're all set.
Thanks, Dan. All right, everyone ready?
Yes.
Okay, I'm calling to order the Narragansett Town Council regular meeting, February 16th, 2021 at 7:30 p.m. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America, to the republic
For which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and
justice for all. Can't miss that flag, Emma.
Nice. All right. We'll start with the disclosure of executive session votes. February 1st, 2021, we had a motion by Councilor Murray, seconded by Council President Pugh, to reject the settlement offer for Jenkins versus Narragansett, claim number 115442-EO-01. Motion approved with 3 in favor, none opposed, and Councilors Kopak and Cicilline Bonanno abstained.
You're on mute.
You just muted yourself, Jess.
Oh,
There you go. There you go.
I hit my space bar. Motion by Councilor Cicilline Bonanno, seconded by Councilor Kopak to seal the executive session minutes of February 1st, 2021. So unanimously voted 5-0. February 8th, 2021, motion by Councilor Cicilline Bonanno, seconded by Councilor Drzezinski to retire to executive session of the Town Council in accordance with Rhode Island General Laws 42-46-4 and 42-46-5A. Litigation in accordance with Rhode Island General Laws 42-46-5A2, Narragansett 2100 versus Town of Narragansett, WC-2020-0353. Roll call vote. Council President Pugh, aye. Council President Pro Tem Cicilline Bonanno, aye. Councilor Drzezinski, aye. Councilor Kopak, aye. Councilor Murray, aye. Motion by Councilor Cicilline Bonanno and seconded by Councilor Drzezinski to seal the minutes of the executive session. So unanimously voted. For the approval of minutes, we'll start with January 19th, 2021 executive session. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Is there a
Susan
second?
Cicilline Bonanno.
Seconded by Eva. All in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva,
Eva Drzezinski, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopak, aye.
and Patrick.
Patrick Murray, aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. January 25th, 2021, work session, 307 Great Island Road. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion. Susan Cicilline Bonanno.
Second, Eva Drzezinski.
Seconded by Eva. All in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva,
Eva Drzezinski, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopak, aye.
Patrick,
Patrick Murray, aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. January 25th, 2021, work session, bulk zoning amendments. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion. Susan Cicilline Bonanno.
A second,
Seconded by Eva. All in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva,
Eva Drzezinski, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopak, aye.
Patrick.
Patrick Murray, aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. February 1st, 2021 executive session. Is there a
I'll
motion?
move the motion. Susan Cicilline Bonanno.
Second,
Seconded by Eva. All in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva,
Eva Drzezinski, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopak, aye.
Patrick.
Aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. February 8th, 2021 executive session. Is there a motion?
I'll
Make
move
the-
the motion.
Second,
Motion by Susan, seconded by Eva. All in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva,
Eva Drzezinski, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopak, aye.
and Patrick.
Aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. And February 8th, 2021 work session.
I'll move the
Is there a
motion. I'll
Right.
move the motion.
Do I just need an edit in there? Do you want to do that?
Oh, is there a problem with it?
Oh, just a correction on one of the statements that I made, a clarification. Is that okay?
Yeah, so Terry, would we ask for an amendment to the minutes now, or?
Yes, make it in the form of an amendment.
All right, do you want to, is there a motion for an amendment?
Yes, I would like to make a motion for an amendment of the February 8th work session minutes.
And I'll second that.
All right, discussion?
Okay, it's just to clarify, it wasn't really clear on the second page of the minutes, when you go down to Councilor Drzezinski said the ordinances, the third sentence there, it says, she said the nuisances do not necessarily relate to quality of life. I would like to read, I believe I said, she said the decreased nuisances do not necessarily relate to increased quality of life.
Okay,
That was a small change, but it.
all right, yeah. Anyone have any comments on that? Sounds good. All right, so all in favor, starting with Susan.
We're voting on the amended
This is for the
minutes, right?
amendment.
Yeah.
Yep.
Susan
On the
Cicilline
amendment.
Bonanno, aye.
Eva,
Drzezinski, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopik, aye.
Patrick,
Patrick Murray, aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Amendment approved 5-0. And then is there a motion? Well, we have a motion. So all in favor on the approval of the minutes, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva,
Drzezinski, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopik, aye.
and Patrick.
Patrick Murray, aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Next, we have a quick announcement from the town manager, Jim Tierney, on the latest with the COVID-19 vaccine distribution.
Good evening, everyone. So far, the town has received 760 doses of the vaccine to administer. We don't physically have it in our possession, but 80 were used initially, and awarded a second batch of 440 doses, which were going to be administered at 110 per each of the scheduled dates of February 17th, tomorrow, February 28th, March 3rd, and March 13th. At the end of last week, Rido gave us another 240 doses. So that brings, for the population of 75 years of age and older, it brings the total to 760 that we can schedule for the vaccinations. The state has said they're going to be moving forward with possibly opening it up to 65 and over, and they may start that the 22nd of this month is the projected date that may start. The positivity rates in town, although less people are being tested, we've noticed an increase in the positivity rates the last few weeks. It was up to 15% last week for those who did test. And on the call today with the COVID people in the COVID advisory committee, they discussed with us the variants that are showing up in Rhode Island, and they're encouraging people to continue with the masks, get the vaccine if you can, and take all the other precautions. We're also encouraging people to register with CVS and Walgreens, and if they get that one sooner, then just they'll call us and cancel so that we can fill it with someone else. And Chief Partington has been spearheading this, and he's been doing a great job with it. And I'd like to thank the chief, and a lot of our staff have been assisting as well, because many can to register some people. It can take up to 15 to 20 minutes maybe to register someone for the test. Very time consuming. And Karen Flint has been helping, Jane McSally, Doreen Boardman, Patty. I leave anybody out, Chief? I think that's the majority of them. And they've been doing a great job and putting a lot of hours in to get it done. And I'm proud of them.
Yeah,
You should be
thanks.
too.
Yeah, thank you, Jim. We are. First of all, thank you. Congratulations on being appointed to that task force. That's really a great honor for our town to have Jim on that. And I also want to echo Jim's thoughts, because I think the town, Chief Partington, the whole staff has done a tremendous job. I mean, it was a difficult rollout. It was kind of given to them last minute, and I just happened to be there at Town Hall last Friday, and I just happened to be there during one of the meetings in Jim's office, and just the amount of work that they did and just the coordination was incredible. So I just want to throw a huge kudos to everyone out there. I really appreciate it, and I think the town does too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Eva.
Right.
Thanks, Jim, and everyone else involved. All right, so next up is open forum. Please keep your comments to 3 minutes and to items that are not on the agenda. Any commentary on agenda items will be counted as public comment on that item. So why don't we go ahead and start with, does it look like we have, Dan, do we have any hands up?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, Lori Kelly, 444 Ocean Road. Wow, it's usually comes so much later in the evening. I think no one's ready for the open forum.
Right.
I just wanted to do another quick update on where the library project is as of this week. We have really great news in that the bonds have been issued, so money's back into Narragansett's reserve fund. And I just want to go back and say, as you remember, Narragansett voters voted for the issuance of the library bonds in 2016, bought the Belmont building in October of 2018, transferring 2.8 million from the town reserve funds. The council at that time had the intention to immediately issue the pre-approved library bonds, but then the new council came in 2018, and they spent 2 years blocking the library project. As a consequence, we've gone with that money missing from the town for this entire time. So today we have a new council, thanks to all of you who happily support the will of the people. The council passed a resolution right after the election to issue the town bonds to recoup the money. And I'm pleased to say that as of, I believe, February 4th, they were inked. And the details are 2.4 million tax-exempt library bonds were issued. They're a 15-year bond, and the interest rate, hold on to your hats, is 1.58%. So you really can't beat that. The 400,000 to repay ourselves for the liquor store space, because it's a retail space, can't be library tax exempt money. It's a taxable general obligation 10-year note, and that was done at 1.5%. So really excellent savings there. The RFP update is that 4 firms submitted proposals. We're still busy reading them and compiling the information and look forward to a decision soon. And then one other brief thing that I'd been asked to clarify about donations that was mentioned in the last meeting. Part of the pledges that have been made to the library is a $500,000 pledge to an endowment fund. Now, an endowment is a gift that generates income to supplement state and local funding. It is not something that will be replacing allocation of tax dollars, neither state or local tax dollars. The earnings on the principal could be used in the future to do new technology, specialized programming, those little extras that the town is not going to be able to find in their budget. In the case of the Maury Luchins Library, this $500,000 endowment pledge is also a bequest. And that means the anonymous donor will make this gift on their death sometime in the distant future. So there seemed to be some confusion where people were thinking, oh, this money should be being spent. It's not even here yet. But our donors are trying to think about our future and make sure that Narragansett has a library functioning and well-funded into the future. So thank you very much, Town Council.
Thank you, Lori. Dan, who's next?
Next is Dr. Alba.
Al, please state your full name and address.
Yes, Dr. Al Alba, 24 Eagles Nest Terrace, Narragansett, Rhode Island, 02882. I was just wondering if a tentative date has been set when you'll be deciding with respect to the number of students who will be able to rent, and also unrelated students. I think I got a couple of messages today on Facebook, college students that are reaching out to me saying that they're beginning to make plans and whatnot. Also, summer is fast approaching too. So I think it's a concern for all of us that we're not gonna, especially people who have seen some of these houses have twice as many people in the house occupancy than should be in their house. I think if we could act sooner rather than later in regards to what policies will be in place and what safeguards we're going to be in place so that we'll have peace in our neighborhoods, I think that'll be a great thing. So hopefully that'll be decided in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Al. Dan, is there anybody else?
Sorry, nobody else.
All right, great.
Whoop.
That's Karen.
Yep.
Oh, here we go. Karen, please state your full name and address. And please keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Karen Shavshelowitz. I'd like to thank Lori Kelly for her leadership. Her strong economic background is a real boost to the library movement. And it's all done for free. She doesn't even charge for her consultation. And it's just been an enormous boost because she's so knowledgeable in her history, is so aware, and she keeps on going, as well as the other members of the support that support the library. My main concern is getting as much vaccine into the town as possible. I think it's very confusing with all the people that own part-time, that live here part-time, vote elsewhere, own property in a couple of places. And I'm going to be 75 in 3 weeks. So my children are very stressed that I haven't had the vaccine. I have a few pre-existing conditions. I haven't seen my 8 grandchildren since before the pandemic, and they're all spread out. And I'm very, very depressed and very stressed out over the situation. I think everything should be on the back burner. I think the vaccine's bringing comprehensively into the town, and nothing magically happens when you turn 75. There are other people that are vulnerable, and it's spreading, and now there are new forms of it showing up. And I would just urge the town council to sort of put a hold on everything that they can and direct the town manager, well, an Ewok, because she's on the committee, to really push for more vaccines coming into the town. Because I don't know how they decide. I know people that have gone down to Florida and have gotten their vaccinations, and it's very confusing, and it's really not fair to the people that desperately want the vaccination. And because of the sort of quandary that Narragansett finds itself in, I don't know how they're determining, and I refuse to believe they're just doing it by random sampling, because that's not the way you triage who needs a vaccine more desperately. Maybe it's in their mind the fairer way, but it's very tricky to try and find out how you can get a vaccine as quickly as possible. And as far as the 3 to 4, my idea is to just keep it at 3, because we have to turn this town around and make it more family friendly, so families are willing to move into town and the investment property owners aren't having a heyday on all the rentals that occur in town, because it makes it practically impossible for children to return to this town and buy homes and raise families here. And it's just,
All right, thank you, Karen.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. On to Dan, is that it for hands? Oh,
Yep. Steve's up.
okay. Steve, please state your full name and address.
council member Stephen Ferrandi, 44 Sylvan Road, Narragansett. This is on a quality of life issue. I've been noticing in my neighborhood, particularly on Burnside Avenue, and I've spoken to the chief about it. We have vehicles that, some of these overstuffed houses have vehicles parked right on the sidewalk itself. I did take some pictures before, sent them to the chief. I guess he was gonna try to reach out to the homeowner or the realtor. And I was actually walking to the beach today on Burnside Avenue, and I took a picture of someone that actually had to walk off the sidewalk into the road on Burnside Avenue, back into the sidewalk. So this one particular house on 29 Burnside Avenue seems to be an issue where they're always parked in the sidewalk. And we have a lot of elderly here up in Eastwood Look and Alton Scarborough, and they like to take their walks to the beach, and they actually have to walk on a main road. So I don't know if there can be anything done about that, to have the police watch out for that kind of stuff. Solve this issue for 29 Burnside. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Dan, anybody else?
Next is AMK Waters.
Please state your full name and address.
Or not? Hold on. There we go.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes, Anne Marie Clean Waters, 27 Central Avenue, Narragansett, Rhode Island. I apologize because I have two small children, so I've been listening in, waiting to speak, but I don't know if I missed anything. But I have a comment on the parking down off of Caliph Avenue on Louise and Nichols and Conant. Can I talk about that tonight?
Yeah, so we have 4 items on the agenda a little bit later for those.
Okay. Okay.
So if you raise your hand during that item, we'll definitely call on you.
I understand. I'm sorry. This is my first time. So thank you, and I will wait. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. All right, anybody else left, Dan?
That's it.
All right. So that concludes public comment, open forum. To the consent agenda, do any council members have any items that they want to remove from the consent?
No,
Nope. Okay. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
make the motion. Susan Cicilline Bonanno to approve the consent agenda.
All right.
Second
is there a
that.
second? All right.
Second.
Second by Eva. Any discussion? Nope. All in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva,
Yeah, Eva Drzezinski, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick,
Patrick Murray, aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Number 7 for Parks and Rec.
Mr.
Yes.
President, I was
Yeah.
wondering if we could, is it possible to make a motion to a couple of items up on the agenda?
We can just, we will have a public hearing at 8. So it's up to you if you want to move this up and then freeze in the middle or try to knock some of these out.
We might have them. It's 18 and 19.
Yeah, you want to go ahead and do it? That's fine.
Yeah.
You want to
So
make a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to move motions 18 and 19 to the front of the agenda.
I'll second
second
that.
All right, motion by Deb, seconded by Susan. All in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva,
Eva Drzezinski, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick,
Patrick Murray, aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. So number 18 is a motion to approve a resolution on protecting municipal owned conservation properties by deeming conservation properties as being held in the public trust. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion. Susan Cicilline Bonanno.
Is there a second?
I'll
All right,
second.
seconded by Deb. All right, so this is a item from Councilmember Kopek and myself. It is it's basically a resolution in conjunction with the Narragansett Land Trust, Conservation Trust, to basically designate the properties that the land trust has purchased over the years as being held in the public trust, which would make it so that the town would not be able to then go ahead and sell those properties in the future. Deb, do you have any Any
Yeah,
other
I just want to mention that actually not all of the properties included are in the land trust, but they are owned by the town of Narragansett. And the issue is that if you, the way that the wording is currently, it is possible that this land is not held in perpetuity, so it could actually be sold in the future. And the idea is to keep these green spaces available to all of the residents and visitors of Narragansett.
We also have the chair of the land trust, Tom Rogers, available for questions if anyone has any specific questions on it. So why don't we open up council discussion? Susan, any comments or questions?
No comments, just thrilled to see it on the agenda.
All right, Eva?
No comments. Good.
Okay. Deb, are you good?
I have no other comments.
Okay. Patrick?
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to see the whole list here, so I'm looking at the list now. Okay, it doesn't look like whatever. Okay, yeah, these are just bits and pieces across the town. This isn't like the town hall property or any of that. So yeah, I'm good with this. I'm good with this.
Okay. All right. So why don't we go to the public for comment? Dan, who do we have up?
First is Tom H.
Tom, please state your full name and address.
Let me try again. I'm Tom Hoagland, 963 Point Judith Road, Narragansett. I'm also president of the Friends of Canachet Farm. And Canachet Farm is the largest property in Narragansett that will be affected by the passage of these two resolutions before you tonight. When I was informed that people's expectations that they would remain conserved in perpetuity, I was disturbed to find that this was not the case and that these properties could be sold or developed with just a majority vote of the town council. Our organization has recently been researching the history of Canachet Farm since it was purchased by the town in the 1970s, and people would be surprised by the many schemes and proposals for development that were considered by and ultimately rejected by the council over the decades. The last of which was the proposal to develop the property as a polo field. Resident opposition to that proposal led to the creation of the Friends of Canachet Farm in 2007. So as the foremost conservation nonprofit organization in Narragansett, we fully support the passage and to provide a model that may be useful to other communities in the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Dan, who else do we have?
Next is Julia Sharp.
Julia, please state your full name and address.
Hi, my name's Julie Sharp, and my address is 471 Carpenter Lane in Saunderstown. And I'm speaking as a president of the Narrow River Land Trust. I'm also a previous member of the Narragansett Land Conservancy Trust back in the early 90s. I was chairman of the Conservation Commission in Narragansett, and as such was also a trustee of the Narragansett Land Conservancy Trust. And I'm also a board member of the Land Trust Alliance, which is a national organization of land trusts. And I'm just calling in to express my support for these two resolutions. I'm getting the feeling I'm hearing very positive things from the town council. As you may know, and maybe if Tom Rogers ends up addressing you, municipal land trusts are a different kind of animal than the usual nonprofit land trusts, such as the Narrow River Land Trust. And yet, and one of the unusual aspects is the matter that you're addressing tonight. And I encourage you across the state, the Rhode Island Land Trust Council has been working with municipal land trusts all across the state to address this this loophole in making conservation land, to keep it protected forever. And there has been legislation drafted to enable municipal land trusts in Rhode Island to be able to do what you all are looking at tonight. And so I encourage you, if you all pass these two resolutions, the town of Narragansett will be the first municipal land trust to take this step of protecting your conservation lands into perpetuity and protecting them from whatever vagaries could happen in the future. And I just want to say, as a person who we work all the time with landowners, it's absolutely imperative that landowners who are willing to either sell their land for conservation or put a conservation easement on it, it's absolutely imperative that they know that they have the confidence and trust that that property will be held and into perpetuity for the purposes for which they are, for those conservation purposes for which they're making that move to protect. So that's I'm happy to see some familiar faces on the council and staff. And anyway, I encourage you and commend you for considering these two resolutions. Thanks.
Thank you, Julia. All right, we're gonna have to hold off on the vote as it is a little bit after 8, and we have our public hearing. So, Lisa Thacker is on, correct?
Yes, I am.
Great, good to hear you. Are you ready? Are you set to go?
All set.
Okay, great. So we have a motion to open and hold a public hearing to consider a variety of text amendments to the zoning ordinance of the town of Narragansett addressing bulk zoning regulations. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion. Susan Cicilline Bonanno.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Eva. All in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Eva Trzynski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick? You're on mute.
Every time.
Patrick Murray, aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. All right, so the public hearing is open. We have our Community Development Director, Mike DeLuca, here. We also have Wayne Pimentel, the building inspector. We have Stephen Marcella, our solicitor, who handles all of our planning and zoning issues. So, Mike, do you want to start us off tonight?
Sure, Mr. President, I'd be happy to. Hello, good evening to everyone. I think what I want to do tonight is first give you a little outline of what I'm going to do. Then I'm going to provide you the presentation, the same presentation we had at the workshop, and I will do my utmost to get through it efficiently. So keeping in mind that what I want to do is frame the issue for us all up front. Then I'll describe something about the process that we undertook to address how we were going to address the issue and the provisions that have been suggested to be added or revised in the zoning ordinance. Then I'll show you those provisions individually as drafted and even as suggested for amendment by the planning board. And then at the end, we have some graphic examples that can show three-dimensionally what certain size houses on certain size lots could look like, and which ones may or may not conform with the proposed regulations. I would like to also mention that at the workshop, I did hear several suggestions, and I've kept track of the suggestions that were provided that evening. I've started drafting some language that might amend some sections of what you're going to see. But we also may want to have the council members themselves point out issues or concerns or suggestions they have. So this, it's conceivable that we may want to keep this hearing open at the end. I'll leave that up to you, Mr. President.
Sure. Mike, before you start, I just want to take a second here just to kind of give a little context to why we're having this public hearing, just for anyone who's new to the issue. So I'll just take a minute or two to do that. So about a year ago, the previous town council worked with town staff to put together a collection of amendments to our current zoning rules with the goal of decreasing the overall size of residential homes on smaller lots in town. We believed that there was an issue with the massing of homes just in town in general, and building of really kind of these dorm style large 7-8 bedroom homes across town. So the planning department, community development, put together their recommendations on how the town could go about improving this situation. So it's really a collection of different kind of amendments to the existing zoning. It includes things like floor area ratio, specifics on how much parking is needed per bedroom, landscaping, those sort of things. And they sent those recommendations or those amendments to the planning board. The planning board held a public hearing, and I can't remember if they had 1 or 2 meetings on it.
Just one.
Just one, okay. They did approve the amendments with some changes. So they sent their recommendations back to the town council. So this was almost a year ago. This was all held up because of a court case. A court case related to the building moratorium that we had last year. So we weren't able to go ahead and have the public hearing at our town council meeting for these bulk zoning amendments, but we're hearing them now. I don't know if it was it a week ago or 2 weeks ago? We had a workshop where we went over all of this so that the new council members and the public and the previous council members could have a discussion and get a better understanding of all the different amendments. And now we're here. So this is the first public hearing we're having in our town council meeting regarding these bulk zoning amendments. And again, the goal is to kind of get a handle on these large homes that are being built in town, and to stop them to a certain extent so that we have what we consider to be more reasonable sized homes on some of the smaller lots. So,
Mr. President, can I ask a question about that moratorium? Is it still in play? Do we know? A freeze on building, is that still? Oh, no.
Mark, is there still a building moratorium in place for anything over 4 bedrooms?
No, I believe the moratorium has ended. The town council did not, has not renewed it or enacted it again. No, I don't believe there's a moratorium at this time.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Thanks.
All right, thanks. So that's it for me. Just wanted to kind of frame that up, Mike, so that you didn't just jump in without people knowing what we were talking about. So.
Actually, Mr. President, that was, you've laid it out perfectly. That was the first part I was going to cover a little bit about.
Oh, sorry.
You did much better than I would have. So thank you.
Sure.
So let me move to the presentation. I'd like to ask Dan Holland if he could open up the share so I can turn on my PowerPoint.
All set, Mike.
Thank you, Dan. Okay. So tell me if you can see my PowerPoint.
Yeah, we could see it.
Okay, great. All right, so I'm going to, let's see. All right, so Mr. President, you covered this part quite well. There was a moratorium, and as Solicitor Davis mentioned, that moratorium had been for a limited period of days, and then the previous council had extended it and extended it. And then sometime in November or December, I believe, it expired. So we are not under the moratorium anymore. So our objectives in our project, and I would point out that I had a task force working with me, including the building inspector, the town clerk, the fire marshal, and myself, that studied this. So we assessed the current provisions, we identified new provisions and draft new and definitions as well as regulations. In terms of definitions, we saw 9 that were appropriate to be added or revised, and those are listed here on this panel. So what I'd like to do now is take you through all of those definitions one at a time. And what you'll see on these screens, and I'll move to the first one, the definition of bedroom, is that the upper half is the way it was advertised in the newspaper as drafted by staff and submitted to the town clerk. Then due to timing issues, the planning board met after the clerk had already put the ad in the newspaper. The planning board made some recommendations for changes. So just to give you a little color coding guidelines, where you see blue highlighting, that's all new language, particularly if it's highlighted in yellow, it's new language. And the blue just reinforces that. The pink highlighting and the gray highlighting are suggestions made by the planning board. Why it's in 2 different colors, I'm not sure. I can't remember back that far. So what we did here was we realized we did not have a definition for bedroom, and we thought we would insert one in. We did some homework. As I mentioned at the workshop, Mr. President, there were upwards of a dozen or more communities that have that we researched their regulations on bulk zoning to borrow ideas, to spark ideas for us, and to help us to draft this language. So this language is purely ours, but has borrowed from several other communities' ideas. And it points out that one of our big problems in this town is that people don't necessarily use rooms for what they're indicated for. We see plans every day. Wayne sees a couple hundred plans a year. We see upwards of 50 or 60 a year that are going to the zoning board. And not site plans, excuse me, floor plans will point out things such as studios and knitting rooms, wine cellars, exercise rooms, and the ever-present on almost every plan, the bonus room. So what we wanted to do was to make certain that if any of these rooms have a door and a window that is large enough to be considered an egress window, that it would be identified for calculation of parking and other density-related issues. It would be identified as a bedroom. So as you can see in the bottom of the page, the planning board suggested that we expand the thought to make certain that we were working in concert with the criteria of the state building code. The gray highlighting there shows how counting of bedrooms relates to the staff's already authorized authority to review floor plans for compliance with their septic system approvals. So we had suggested that any room that is not identified as common space, as a kitchen, living room, or other common space, has a doorway with or without a door, and is less than 48 inches wide. I understand that there may be some questions about that. We can pick that up later on if you'd like. Bunk room. This came up in several ordinances that we saw that were in other tourist-related locations, particularly ski areas. And we thought about the prospect that if someone felt they couldn't have 6 bedrooms or 7 bedrooms, they might have 3 bedrooms, but one of them could be an entire floor of the house with numerous beds in there. So we decided to try to address that issue by putting a definition in that a bunk room shall be defined as a bedroom with 3 or more beds. The planning board added as defined elsewhere herein, just as an internal consistency phraseology. And so that comes into play when we talk about parking, and you'll see that later on. Moving on to lot area. right now, we just have lot area defined. The non-highlighted text you're looking at here is what's in the regulation. Lot area is the total area within the boundaries of a lot, excluding street rights of way, reported in acres or square feet. What we're suggesting is that be broken into two subsets. One that would be lot area / net, meaning net lot area, and gross area. Gross lot area would be the title of the existing definition. We would just add the word gross to the existing definition. That's why that's not highlighted, except for the word gross. Net involves the area that is upland of coastal feature and or upland of any CRMC or DEM verified wetland on site. So what happened, the reason this comes into play here in Narragansett is, you know, we have lots of wetlands around the Now River, and near Point Judith Pond, and of course, coastal feature in every direction you look. So in some cases, people's property lines run into these wetlands. In some cases, people's property lines run into the ocean. And yet you know that that area cannot be used. So we are suggesting that net lot area be differentiated from gross lot area. We also came across these two terms, hardscape and softscape. And we borrowed these concepts from communities in Colorado and Kansas that went out of their way to point out that the non-building, well, the built part of the property is the hardscape, but also to identify that the hardscape is all structures and impervious surfaces, driveways, etc., for the property. And then softscape is all the natural components of the property. This comes into play when we calculate the necessity for sufficient land area for parking. As you can see at the bottom half of the page, the planning board recommended a slight correction and improvement in that language. What's at the top half is what went into the newspaper. Now, driveways, let me just say this on this one. This was not advertised in the newspaper. This came up at the planning board meeting. So this is a planning board recommendation to be added in. So be aware this is not in the advertised version. But we wanted to make sure, they wanted to make sure that we differentiated driveways from parking areas. So a driveway is a private way providing access of vehicles to a parking space, garage, or dwelling. But a parking area is more accurately defined as a site or portion thereof devoted to off-street parking of vehicles, including parking spaces, aisles, access drives, and landscape areas. Most importantly, providing vehicular access to a public or private street in a forward motion. These all come together near the end, just bear with me. Floor area. Currently, the existing language is, as you see there, with no highlighting. We have that in the definitions in zoning right now. What we would suggest is that we differentiate Breakwater Village to all other residential areas in town. The reasoning is because Breakwater Village already has something called a floor area ratio regulation, which I will be introducing in just a moment. And in order to do a floor area ratio regulation, you have to be able to calculate the floor area. So as you can see, it's the sum of the gross horizontal areas of the several floors of the building, excluding basement and attic floors. We point out that all areas of stairways shall be counted towards the area of the lower floor, regardless of ceiling height. That way we don't double count them. In the case of 3-story or more properties, it's just counted once. When it gets to areas excluding Breakwater Village, we've gone beyond that initial definition, and we point out several important components. That the computation shall include the area of each floor of a building measured from the outside face to the walls, the area of all garages and accessory structures with living area, and porches, balconies, decks, and mezzanines that are enclosed on half or more of their sides. So completely open sun decks would not be counted. Attic space and finished and unfinished with a ceiling height of 7 feet or more would also be counted. where attics have slanted ceilings, the area up above the 5 foot height, above 5 foot of height would be counted. In basements, the portions finished or unfinished with ceiling heights of 7 feet or more would be counted. Other exemptions: detached accessory structures under 144 square feet and unenclosed carports, porches, and decks. This is the same one. I only included in here because the planning board added the area in pink. The text in pink indicates what we do with ceilings, basements rather, that have ceilings of less than 7 feet. And in that case, they are not considered living space and are not counted. Everything else is the same as the previous slide. Now, floor area ratio. What is it? It's the aggregate floor area of a building divided by the total net lot area of the given parcel expressed as a decimal. As you can see, the only highlighting there is in the term net lot. Floor area ratio and gross floor area definitions have been in our zoning ordinance for well over 30 years. I believe it's somewhere around, since around 1970. So the staff has suggested that we just clarify that by referencing the calculation against the net lot area, not the gross lot area. So those are all the new definitions that we have suggested. Now, moving on to the dimensional regulations. Section 6.4 is the element of the code that that provides dimensional standards for development. It provides front yard setbacks, rear yard setbacks, and all that. We're suggesting that we add text, and you have the text in the packets. I didn't put the full text of the ordinance here in front of us, but you have that in your packet. That sets an FAR requirement for all lots that are 20,000 square feet or less. All residential lots that are 20,000 square feet or less. It requires a special use permit for homes exceeding 4 bedrooms. Again, in lots 20,000 square feet or more, this regulation does not apply, no matter what zone it's in. If it's a 20,000 square foot or 21,000 square foot lot in an R10 zone, it does not apply. It institutes the FAR for principal and accessory structures. It also installs a FAR matrix, noting a graduated scale that reduces the FAR requirement as lot area increases. It also sets minimum hardscape requirements for all new developments. Now, before I get to that matrix, I want to show you what is in the current dimensional regulations. This is just an excerpt from section 6.4 of the code. It shows our 20 residence zones and our 10 residence zones and the regulations we have in place at the moment. Lot size in R10, if you go down to the purple, that lot size minimum is 10,000 square feet. Width, meaning the frontage on a road, is 100 feet. The next three numbers are the setbacks. Front yard setback is 25, rear is 20, side yard is 10. Building coverage is 25, and that is in a percent. I'll go back to that in a few minutes. The last two are height restrictions. I cut off the word height on the table, my apology. So if you're looking across the single family dwelling line right here, you see that a principal structure can go up to 35 feet. Accessory structures, garages, sheds can go up to 18 feet. That's current right now, no changes. We would add this matrix to the ordinance. We wouldn't change the previous table, we would add this matrix. Now let me bring you through this. So we'll be talking about the tiers. So in tier 1, this speaks to lots that are up to 2,000 square feet in area. These are very tiny lots. By the way, the smallest lot we allow in new subdivisions is 10,000 square feet. But as you all know, in parts of town, like where Town Hall is located, we have lots of older properties that are on smaller lots. So then tier 2 is 2,001 to 3,000 square feet, and you can see all the way down the table. Looking to the third column, this is the floor area ratio. Now you notice it starts with a pretty high number, 0.55, and it goes down to a small number, 0.25. What this tells you is that on a 2,000 square foot lot, the floor area ratio could be equal to 55% of the lot area. So that would be roughly, geez, I didn't do the calculation, but a little over 1,000 square feet, 1,100 square feet, give or take. In tier 2, it'd be easy. On a 3,000 square foot lot in tier 2, you could have 1,500 square feet, or 1/2 of the lot area as floor area. Now that's the combined measured floors of the entire house, first floor, second floor, third floor. We're going to focus most of our attention on tier 9 this evening, because this brings us to the 10,000 square foot lot. In the 10,000 square foot lot, you can have a floor area ratio of 0.31, not 0.5. If it was 0.5, you could have 5,000 square feet of floor space. But on a 10,000 square foot lot in this proposal, you'd be able to have 3,100 square feet of floor area. And jumping all the way to the bottom, on a 20,000 square foot lot, you could have up to 5,000 square feet, 25% of 5,000 square feet of floor area. You'll notice also that the hardscape requirements also are reduced as you go down. Hardscape minimums go down. So the hardscape maximums, I'm reading it right off the chart, excuse me. So in a small lot, it's very hard to not have a very high hardscape amount, because you would have a 1,000 square foot house, and you still have to have a couple hundred square feet of parking. So you actually have to have 400 square feet of parking. So we allow for a very high allowance for maximum hardscape. But as the lots get bigger, the maximum amount of hardscape is reducing. And you see that it reduces in groupings. The 35% is the largest grouping that runs between tier 7 and tier 13. This will all come into practice, and it'll make more sense once we move down and look at the examples. On section 7.6, which is the supplementary lot and bulk regulations, we put in the hardscape requirements. Again, applies to lots of 20,000 square feet or less in any zone, but not anything over 20,000 square feet. And we have, complementary to a hardscape maximum, we also have softscape minimums, particularly for the front yard. One of the big issues that we have seen in the town has been that people pave over their entire front yards to have sufficient parking. In this case, if this ordinance is passed with this provision, 60% of your front yard would have to be softscape, not paved, not gravel parking either. Gravel parking is considered hardscape. And if the lot were a substandard width, there could be a modest reduction to 50%. Moving to dimensional regulations, particularly as it relates to parking. Again, right now, all you're required to have is 200 square feet of parking per bedroom, no matter how big the house is, now how many bedrooms it's got. The staff and the planning board are suggesting that that be broken into 2 subsets. One that is for houses with 1 to 4 bedrooms, where the standard 200 square feet per bedroom would be in play unchanged. The same regulations would be in place. The reference there to garages not counting has to be addressed, because I know since we've hired Wayne that he has a different view on use of garages for parking. So we know that there has to be an amendment here. Moving to the second tier, though, any house with 5 bedrooms or more would have a new standard of 300 square feet of parking per bedroom. The reason for the additional 100 square feet is to require that all the parking in houses with 5 bedrooms or more be in parking areas, not driveways. If you recall that definition, that would require that it have drive aisles and the ability for cars to pull in and pull out in a forward motion, just like a parking lot at a business. We have additional specifications that you would require a permit for construction driveways, which currently you don't need. And I already mentioned the last comment there, that you would have to access and egress in a forward motion in homes with 5 or more bedrooms. So this table, we don't have to spend a lot of time looking at. This is one of the working tables that we used to develop the matrix I showed you a minute ago. And it just shows that in tier 9, for instance, your maximum hardscape allowance is 35%. And the hardscape building coverage plus parking would be 3,300. Softscape is 6,700. And that would leave you with 33%, which complies with the maximum of 35%. And I went through that with you in a little more detail at the workshop. Here's the FAR chart again with other elements, from column 3 out. These are other elements that show typical building coverage, footprints, the remaining lot area, and how it all calculates out. In the end, we also felt that we needed, in order to find a way to deal with the outliers, houses that can't meet all those other things that we're talking about, that we'd suggest inserting a new set of development standards for homes exceeding 4 bedrooms, and to include several layers of requirement that be submitted. The site has to conform with zoning, so it can't be a substandard lot of record. The permitted uses must be a single-family dwelling and require no additional zoning relief. Parking must meet the standards of section 7.9 as we just described. The design must comply with the FAR. And in this example, we were also suggesting that the second story not exceed 40% of the total floor area on 2-story homes. And then if you're in a 3-story home, the third floor not exceed 2/3 of the floor area of the second floor. I know that we heard some negative commentary about that at the workshop, and I've drafted up a potential revision to this to narrow down the application of that to that particular provision to only properties of 5,000 square feet or less. Landscaping must comply with the hardscape, softscape requirements, and the trash receptacles be placed in a secure location. That is the end of the description of all of the elements. I'll go on to show the examples if you would like me to do that right now, Mr. President. I've been talking for a while, so I'd like to turn it back to you to let me know how to proceed.
Okay, thank you, Mike. That was great. I think we might as well just go through the examples now, because it really helps people understand what can be done under these new regulations.
Sure.
So is that all right?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
So we're going to show you 4 examples. They're identified here on this slide. The first one is current regulations and what you can do if you want to max out on a 10,000 square foot lot. Then examples B and C are how you would build on a 10,000 square foot lot to comply with the proposed regulations. And example D shows a proposed development that would not comply. So let's start off with example A. Here you've got a house, 10,000 square foot lot, 100 by 100. The green space, as you can see, is the property. The house is 40 by 62, and the parking area is 80 feet wide. 80 feet of that 100 feet of frontage is the parking area, which is pretty, maybe it doesn't look so bad there, but when you see it in 3-dimension, it's somewhat large. That's 7,500 square feet of floor space, 3 floors of 2,500 square feet on a 10,000 square foot lot. So this development has an FAR of 0.75, would not comply with the proposed regulations. There it is shown again. It's somewhat rudimentary. The things on the right there are supposed to be sun decks. But you can see it's quite a imposing sort of structure. Moving to example B. In example B, you've got a 30 by 50 house, 1,500 square feet of first floor space, 980 square feet of second floor, you can see in the dashed outline, 1,500 square feet of parking, which accommodates the 5 bedrooms, and even a 380 square foot garage, which is not a 2-car garage, it's about a 1.5-car garage. And here's what it looks like on that lot. Much less imposing. You notice there's a lot more green space here. You've got, you're meeting the 35% hardscape, you're meeting the 65% softscape, and you've provided all the parking necessary. Here it is again from a different angle. Example C is also compliant, but it's got 2,000 square foot footprint. And the second floor is 1,100 square feet. So this is 3,100 square feet of floor space. It's got 1,500 square feet of parking. It does meet the hardscape and softscape requirements. And what you see there is no garage, there's no sun deck. So you're maximizing all of your floor space inside the house. And that's an opportunity. You know, the previous one shows sun decks and garages, which are accessory elements that people typically like to have. But this is what you can do if you want to max out. Now here's example D. This also has a 0.31 FAR. It's 41 by 60, which, give me a minute and I'll tell you what that is square footage wise. It's a 2,500 square foot footprint. The second floor, as you can see, is somewhat small, that's 600 square feet. So you got 3,100 square feet, but you're only proposing 60% of green space instead of the 65 required. And you've got 40% hardscape, which exceeds the 35% required maximum. And I do not have 3-dimensional graphics of that one, my apologies. That is the last slide of the presentation, Mr. President. I do want to point out that from the workshop, we had suggestions about how to deal with the bunk rooms, potentially just eliminate them or limit them to not being allowed on lots of 20,000 square feet or less. We also had the suggestion from one of the members, I'm sorry, I can't remember, that garage spaces should be allowed to be counted and not exempt, not subtracted from the calculation for parking requirements. And I believe Mr. Pimentel does agree with that, and that is what he's been exercising under his authority. And then in section 1223, there was a suggestion to reduce the application of the stepping back of the second and third floors to only the smaller lots, like on the order of 5,000 square feet or less. I've drafted that language. It's here in front of me. It's in very, very rudimentary form, and we could discuss that if you would like. But with that, I would turn it back over to you, and I will shut off the presentation so you can see everything.
Great, thank you, Mike. Thank you for being so thorough in that as well. So we did receive some comments from Wayne Pimentel, the building inspector. Wayne, if you'd like to elaborate on any of that, feel free. You know, not required, but now would be the time if you think anything needs any explanation.
No, I don't think I'd like to speak on what I sent out, but I certainly would encourage perhaps sitting down with members of the council or planning staff and town manager to kind of go over my comments and see where ultimately they end up. But right now they're just merely suggestions that after I reviewed the ordinance, as far as enforcement wise, possibly cleaning it up a little bit. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Wayne. All right, so before we go to the public, why don't we just go around the council real quick and take comments and questions, and then we'll go to the public. Susan, any thoughts?
So, you know, was a little complex for me. I had to go through it, and I want to thank Mike because I went out in the community with him to review the FARs because I wanted to make sure I really understood it well. And so thank you for that, Mike. I just did have a question on the bunk rooms because that was one thing that came up, and there was a suggestion to limit them completely or limit them completely, or if you had them, maybe you put a number on them. Do we have any conclusion on the bunk room in general?
From my perspective, no. What I drafted into this revision was to just restrict them on any lots of 20,000 square feet or less.
So they would be not able to have a bunk room at all.
If you were on a larger lot, 21,000 square feet or more. And again, you know, the idea is, the reasoning for that is that we like to think that as lots get larger, they can accommodate more activity. And there's enough space for the parking and for the living space, the exterior living space for families to do what families do, you know, play in the yard.
Okay, and then just the other thing is, you know, the FAR, you know, the calculations and stuff. I mean, when I went out with you, I could understand them. I mean, who came up with those ratios and how is that developed? Because I understand it to a degree, and I obviously would rely on that department to, you know, enforce that. But where did the actual calculations come from? Were they, you guys sat down and based it on just the 10,000 square feet, or?
It's a great question. I'm glad you asked because we looked at FARs from probably close to 10 different ordinances, from large communities and small communities. I mean, little tiny towns in Massachusetts, whatever, Martha's Vineyard, one of the towns in Martha's Vineyard. And we saw that some communities used a single FAR for that entire chart that I showed there. There was one FAR, and it doesn't work because in some ways it's very restrictive at one end of the spectrum and it's very loose at the other end. So then we looked at the ones that had the ordinances that had a range. And we saw that there were different ways to calculate it. I won't get into the number crunching part because it gets somewhat complicated. But what we found was that if you did tier it out the way we did, and you found a kind of a key point that works, and you insert that where it fits best, then you could work above it and below it by just stepwise graduating it. We ran those numbers a dozen times. And as I proposed, we looked at tier 9 where 10,000 square foot lots would have a 0.31. Could that be a 0.32? Yes. Could it be a 0.30? Yes. There is room for discussion as to where that should land.
All right, because that's the part that's the most complicated for me. I mean, I understand it and I see the numbers. I'm glad that you used a lot of different communities, but the complexity of, the 0.31, at the 9, just understanding that floor ratio and those numbers is something I still have to wrap my head around. But I think I kind of got it a lot better after we went out. So I appreciate it, and well done.
Thank you. Just to finish that thought, the numbers that you have in front of you are probably right in the middle of the range of all of the different ordinances that we saw. We saw some that were much more restrictive, and we saw some that were much less restrictive and looser. So we felt as though when we nailed down this tiering of it, that we were in a good place. It is open to fine tuning though.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Mike.
All right. Thank you, Susan. Eva, any thoughts?
Yeah. Well, just a quick question. I think I asked you this last time, Mike. You did say Martha's Vineyard, so that is a coastal town. In reference to Rhode Island coastal towns, did we look at Westerly or Charlestown or any in the area, what they're doing or what they ordinances that or their plans that they put in?
But truthfully, there are a few towns. There are very few towns in Rhode Island that have FAR.
Okay.
They'd have to look outside the state.
Yeah.
We have FAR in Breakwater Village, as you know.
Yep.
So, and it has been very successful. I think if you were to talk to people who live in Breakwater Village, they've been very satisfied with the way the FAR has worked out for them.
Yeah.
And their FAR is a little bit more restrictive than the one that's drafted in this ordinance.
Yeah. So I did my due diligence to understand it. So thank you. It's a tough topic, but yeah, thank you. I value your expertise and all the hard work that went into this. And it was a lot. So thank you. Thanks to you, team planning board. So.
All right. Thanks, Eva. Deb, questions, comments?
Just a comment. The way that I wrapped my head around it was, I had a previous conversation with Mike about this a little bit, so I had a preliminary understanding, but I went walking with a friend of mine several times and we would look at properties and I would be explaining to her my understanding of the whole process. And it was really a fascinating experience because I live in the south end of town, there's a lot of small lots. There's a lot of houses that are enormous on small lots. And so to kind of look at just the hardscape and the softscape, to look at the dimensions between houses and the fronts and the backs, and also the paved over front yards. I mean, it was really, it was very revealing after learning what I learned from you. So thank you very much. It's a great presentation and I've learned a lot.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Deb. Patrick.
Hey, yeah. How you doing, Mike?
How are you, Mr. Murray?
Another bang up job there. I had a couple questions.
Go ahead.
Bedroom. So I don't know. Isn't a bedroom supposed to require a closet?
I would leave that to Mr. Pimentel to answer. I believe it has to have a door that closes and a window that is large enough for egress. I'm not sure it absolutely needs a closet.
Correct. Yeah, I don't think it needs a closet. Correct, Wayne.
No.
Also, is there a minimum square footage for a bedroom?
70.
70 square feet. Okay.
That's building code, right, Wayne?
Yes.
So if you have a 69 square foot room, you're calling a den. Are you gonna, go with the ratio?
I would say that a 69 square foot room would not be considered a bedroom because it doesn't meet the building code.
Okay. All right. Bunk room. I thought the goal here was to eliminate, bedrooms. I think are we providing a bunk room? So one of the bedrooms could be a bunk room with 3 beds instead of 1.
This came up among the task force as we were describing all the different ways that the development community might respond to a new set of regulations. And we know that always happens.
Right.
Every new regulation will have some way people will find a way to address it. Some people will ignore it, but others may find a workaround. Instead of leaving that question unanswered, we thought we would attack it and say, okay, if you're going to have a room, you're going to have only 3 bedrooms, but one of them's the whole second floor of the house. If you're going to have more than 3 beds, 3 or more beds, in that room, then it's going to be considered a bunk room. And we will have specific regulations as it relates to parking on that. So
based on each bed or?
Yeah, that there would be a calculation on the amount of parking area necessary I have to pull the draft in front of me. Parking area necessary for that room will have an additive calculation for the number of beds that exceed 3.
Right. So if you have a bedroom that's just a bedroom with 1 bed, and then you have a bunk room that has 3 beds, the bunk room would have more parking?
Yeah.
Require more parking?
Yes.
And that would right? Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to pull out the ordinance text itself so I can confirm that. Yeah. Bunk rooms require a base standard of 300 square feet plus 200 square feet for each bed in excess of 3.
Okay. So the regular is 200 for a regular bedroom, but if you have a bunk room, it's 300.
Yep.
And that third bed's another, I don't know, run that by me again.
Yeah, Patrick, Mike, can you expand on the parking restrictions on the ordinance too, as you're answering his questions? Just want to be clear on the parking piece with the dwellings.
Well, for dwellings up to 4 bedrooms, we would just have one space for each,
okay,
of 200 square feet for each bedroom.
so 4 people, four spaces.
Right. And yet, but if one of those bedrooms is a bunk room, then it will have the base standard of 300 square feet plus 200 square feet for each bed in excess of 3. I think I know where you're going, Patrick. The thought is, if you have 3 beds in a room, and we're requiring 300 square feet, we're not achieving the goal. Maybe the number needs to go up to 500 square feet.
Right. But then if you have that, but is the minimum beds, can you have more than 3 beds?
In a bunk
room? In a bunk room.
Yes.
Yes. So if you have 5 beds, each bed is another 200 square feet?
Yeah. Right, but the base number might actually be too low. As you're dissecting this language, I'm realizing you may be right on that.
Right. All right. Well, I'm not quite sure. All right. Special use permit. Say you got a 4-bedroom house, no bunk rooms this time. There's no bunk rooms in this example.
Right.
And you're, 7,500 square feet. Can you get a special use permit for more parking? I mean, what if it's an actual family home and you got an RV on the side of your house and you want to put it on a concrete pad? Or even if it's crushed stone. I mean, I think not all parking and driveways are created for criminal empires. I mean,
well, you can have an excess of parking as long as you can still meet the hardscape and softscape requirements, and it depends on the size of your lot and the FAR that's associated with the size of your lot.
Right. Well, this is where I get a little, concerned that you're telling me that if I don't want a lawn and I want crushed stone, like say I have a lot, and good God, every lot in Narragansett, you dig down 2 feet, there's water, and I want crushed stone in my yard. I don't want them over. So the greenscape and hardscape, that's just a mandatory thing. You can't alter for it, or can you get a special use permit?
You would need relief from that. You would need zoning relief. You'd need a variance from the softscape requirement.
So there is a process to,
Yeah. Oh, yes, of course. And if I didn't preface with that, I think it's real important for everyone to be aware that just as with any of the dimensional requirements that I showed you on the existing table, the setbacks, the height, all that, there's an opportunity and there's a procedure in place for you to get relief from that. It's called the zoning board, and you can apply for a variance. Anything that's dimensional that can be measured, you can apply for relief from.
Yeah, but one of the problems I see is like a lot of people have boats, a lot of people have RVs, a lot of people have second vehicles, and some people have pickup trucks that they keep on the side of the road they use on the weekends.
Right.
Now, if it's parked on the yard and you got a pain in the ass, he's all over his softscape here. What are you going to do about it? I mean, until by the time he gets to, planning, zoning, variances and everything else, you know? I just think we're creating, I don't know, I mean, I'm not trying to be Debbie Downer here, but I'm just think we're creating issues that where there may not be an issue.
Well, I think the examples try to illuminate how you can meet the regulations. And the two examples that I showed, example B and C, that complied were not at the maximum. They were less than the maximum FA.
Right.
But they were at the maximum FAR, but they were not at the maximum hardscape. So there's room for flexibility. And again, you know, if those particular people made their house a little bit smaller, that opens up more room for a little more hardscape. So
Right.
it's all those things flex with each other.
Right.
And if the intent is to max out the building, which is what recall, that was our charge, address
Right.
oversized buildings. If the intent is to max out the building, we're suggesting that these regulations, including softscape, hardscape, FAR, and the new parking provisions, will set forth some limits that will not allow you to build a 7,500 square foot house on a 10,000 square foot lot.
Yeah,
So
I understand the goal there, and
and we're responding to the goal that you gave us.
right. All right. The other concern I have is the design. 12.23, number 4, design. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Say we zip through this. Let me see. Second story. Okay. Say you have the first floor, you got 1,000 square feet. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So now the second floor is 40% of the first floor. So the next second floor can only be 400 square feet.
Correct.
Okay. And then the third floor can only be 2/3 of the second floor or the first floor. I don't know if I got that right.
The floor below it, second floor.
The second floor. So it'd be 2/3 of 400 square feet.
No,
Right?
No, it's of the overall gross. So the second floor can't be more than 40% of the overall, not of the first floor.
No, let me
Right.
clarify. Let me clarify. This is much simpler than that. A 2-story home has that break, as we just described, but a 3-story home doesn't have the break between the first and second floor. It only has the regulation on the third floor.
And so I'm sorry you don't have that last schematic of what the 3-story building looks like, because I think it's gonna look like a super tanker.
No.
I mean, I don't know. I'm missing something here. I just don't get it. I mean,
Hey, let me restate. Let me restate.
all right. Thank you.
On a 2-story home, the second floor could only be 40% of the first floor. But on a 3-story home, the first 2 floors could be the same. And the third
Okay.
floor would be 2/3 of the second floor.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, all right.
It's
all
not,
right.
we're not trying to build wedding cakes.
Right. Okay. All right.
Ever like that.
So, okay. So you're still under the square footage rule. Okay. All right. So basically, all right. So it'd be 2/3 of the second floor. Okay.
Right.
All right. So, all right.
If I
just
could
don't-
interject here while you're thinking. I heard a couple of people make recommendations to have the trigger for these 2 provisions, the trigger be lots of 5,000 square feet or less. And that would make sense, because as you get into the smaller lots, you really do need to have the upper stories of the houses scaled back, because they're probably in very close proximity to the neighbor. And you can start having, an impact on the quality of life of the neighbor if your house is right up against your setback line and is 35 feet straight up.
Right.
So changing that first line for 2-story homes where it says 10,000 square feet. And we don't even have the trigger in 4B. We could insert a trigger that says only for lots of 5,000 square feet or less do these apply. And I think that would make a lot of sense. It's what's happening in Breakwater Village right now. It's worked out really well.
Right, but in Breakwater Village, I mean, in some instances where, you know, these cottages, all pre-existing, and when you go and rehab them, you're stuck with a footprint pretty much. You know, in most cases, correct?
Well, there's a little flexibility because we have different setbacks in Breakwater Village, more liberal setbacks.
Right, but I mean, there's lots in there that are 2,000 square feet,
Yes, yes.
1,800 square feet.
And they tend to be clustered together, and that was why we put in that terracing back of design. So
when you're on a 5,000 square foot lot,
Mhm.
I don't want, you know, I think it's just can you limit it to 2 floors?
This would be the kind of thing that, you know, we could discuss and fine tune to the intentions and desires of the
Well,
council.
I'd rather see him, you know, make the house look more symmetrical than you know, restrict it 40%. I don't know. You know.
I understand where you're going, and it's a very interesting option to consider. So we could draft up language that says that.
I mean, maybe it should be like either or.
Mhm.
You know. So all right. Let me see what else. I think that's it. So maybe I don't know. Mark Davis.
Yes.
How you doing? Sorry to bother. This, I don't know. All right, so we don't have that moratorium, right? I mean, that was, can we reinstitute that so we can have more time to figure this stuff out? Or that kind of got struck down there. I don't remember where we stood legally on that. I forget what the, you know,
I think
lawsuits going on with this town. It's hard to keep track. So.
I think the moratorium itself was got dragged into the lawsuit because the plaintiffs argued that there was no emergency facilitating the adoption of that moratorium. And the judge at the time had read the materials advanced by the plaintiffs, including a letter, I think it was from the fire chief or somebody in the fire department. And the letter had the wrong date on it. It was actually a current letter, but I think the date was wrong. And the judge referred to the date and said, this is a year old. There's no emergency. This is fact. We went back and corrected the date, but nonetheless, the judge interpreted at the plaintiff's request that the moratorium was basically a tool to hold up specific projects. And that's why we got jammed up on the moratorium. So there is a method for adopting a moratorium. If you're going to do it in an emergency setting, of course, you need to display what the risk to the health and safety to the community is. But I do believe there's a section in the ordinance. I have to go read it. Maybe Steve or Wayne or Mike knows it off the top of their head, but it's in relation to a public hearing such as this, that it can be adopted for 60 days. But I'd have to go back and read it.
Right. Well, wouldn't health and safety constitute this public hearing, and where if we took a pause for the 60 days on new construction over 4 bedrooms, it'll kind of give us some breathing room to figure this.
Well, I think if you have an emergency, there's a process by which it must be done, and that would only be good for 30 days. There's a non-emergency moratorium that I believe is good for 60 days. But I would have to go back and look at what the specific requirements and procedures are.
Well, do you think it's prudent for us to do something to kind of pause the over 4 bedrooms at this time so we can figure this new bulk zoning out a little bit more? And have more time to digest it?
I'll speak to something that Mike had talked about or referred to right off the bat when he spoke tonight. And that is, listening to all the dynamics and the letter that came out from the building inspector. I think it's going to make a lot of sense to keep this public hearing open.
Right.
Until the department heads can meet. And then, Patrick, we can, when I'm done speaking, I'll go back, look at the ordinance that I'm thinking of, see what the procedure is for instituting a moratorium and see if there's a framework to do that.
Okay. Very good. That's all I got. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Patrick. Okay. Mike, I just want to just double check the numbers on that second story discussion that you guys were just having.
Sure.
But I know that it's proposed for the 10,000 square foot lot. You're saying that, maybe we change that to 5,000.
Yeah.
That's a possibility. But so you had just said that the second story would be 40% of the first story. But unless I'm looking at the wrong version, because I know we have a couple versions, it says that the second story shall not exceed 40% of the gross floor area allowed for the entire structure.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for correcting me. Yeah, we did not change that language. We did talk about different ways before we drafted it up, we talked about different ways to actually say what we meant, but you are correct. I was following along with Mr. Murray's question, and I didn't confirm that. It's 40% of the gross floor area. So yeah, so it's a 60-40 split is basically the way that the building would be broken up.
Okay. So Patrick, if the first floor was 1,000 square feet, the second floor wouldn't be 400.
Right.
It'd be larger. Okay.
It'd be something like 800.
Yeah.
800. Right.
All right. So that's one thing. I mean, my feeling is that it makes more sense if you were doing like a 5,000 square foot lot. I don't really love this. I get it in that circumstance because you have this houses so tightly packed together, and you're trying to not, have these towers that are blocking the view. One concern I have is the net versus the gross lot size. So calculating the floor area ratio based off of the net after taking the wetlands into consideration.
Mm-hmm.
My position is that it should be based off of gross, because you still can't build on the wet parts. It still has to be flagged. You still have to build on the uplands just like you would now. And if you have a 10,000 square foot lot and only 5,000 is dry, then you're only going to be able to build like 1,000 square foot house or 1,500 square foot house or something like that.
Well, you're making my case, Mr. President. And I don't mean to be argumentative, but
no, you're not. No, I want to hear your view.
We've actually had cases, and particularly some along the coastline, where the property line runs down to the beach and into the water.
Mm-hmm.
And this person owns 10,000 square feet of land, but from the coastal feature, which is usually the top of the dune, to that area, top of the dune, all the way to the street, they might have 5,000 or 6,000 square feet, and the house is about 5,000 square feet of floor area. And when you look at that house on what is perceived to be the lot they're located on, it looks enormous and out of place. The general public doesn't see, you can't see lot lines on the ground. You only see them on the mapping. So we don't know that the guy owns down the slope and out onto the beach and all that. But the effective impact on the property that he's going to manage, he's going to mow that lawn, he's going to utilize that space. The effective impact is quite noticeable. And the fact that that individual owns coastal feature regulated by CRMC, some of the land is southward of the high water line, can't be used. We felt, the committee, not just me, the committee and the planning board agreed that we felt that it was important to apply net lot to get resulting development that fits on the developable portion. So I understand your logic. Well, the guy owns the land. Why can't he use it in his calculations? That land is not usable, as you say. It probably has very little value to the appraised value of the property. And I realize beachfront has great value, but the part that you can't build on isn't isn't quite as valuable as the part you can build on. And same thing with wetlands. You back up to a big swamp or marsh or a wooded wetland, and DEM draws the line. They tell you where you can't go. That area has to be left in its natural state. So again, that individual can only improve the dry part of his land. And if it's only 3,000 or 4,000 square feet, it would not make sense to allow a 4,000 or 5,000 square foot house on that 3,000 or 4,000 square feet. You're in a very coastal, a very constrained resource area, an area that needs to have stormwater runoff severely mitigated, needs to be sure that we have as little impervious surface as possible. And yet you're allowing the calculation to run right off into the marsh because of that area being part of the land, that the calculation is based on that. Seems to us to be it seems to be out of balance, I guess is the right way to put it.
Yeah. But so the calculation's running into the marsh, but the building isn't. It's not like there's actual structure going in to that area that you're talking about.
Absolutely true, but still, if we're gonna apply a floor area ratio, and we're using gross lot area, the individual can get a much larger house. We're just saying when you're that close, you're that proximal to a sensitive natural resource, you should be limiting how much you impact that resource.
So I totally understand the example of property that's on like beachfront or riverfront property with erosion and sea level rising. That property is literally disappearing underneath that water permanently.
Yeah.
Right. It's
Yes.
going into the river, going into the ocean. So it's kind of like that's gone, and they may own it, but really the lines should kind of be redrawn at that point. They're not, but they kind of should be. That makes sense. Lots that are just wet, just generally wet, swampy, wooded, maybe it's a wooded lot that's kind of like too wet to build in certain parts. That seems different to me than property that's going into the ocean or going into the river.
I understand your distinction.
Yeah, Mike, when the setback, what's the setback? 50 feet from a wetland?
From a freshwater wetland, the area you cannot work in is 50 feet from the flagged edge. And we have the regulation going out to 150 feet, but in that 51 to 150 area, we regulate use, but we don't necessarily prohibit.
Right. So wouldn't that supersede the current bulk zoning laws because of the close proximity of the wetland? It would cut the ordinance of bulk zoning down.
Well,
based on setback,
but
setback
again,
relief.
But again, right now, the lot area definition we have only speaks to the land within the perimeter of property line.
Right.
So if we do not have a net lot definition and apply the calculation to net lot, then we're applying it to the gross lot, which is larger and incorporates area that can't be touched. It does not, just because of the wetland being there, doesn't affect the calculation unless we have the net lot definition in place.
Well, unless the ratio breaks into that wet lot setback, right?
Yeah.
You got two opposing lines here. I mean,
Well,
I think I'm missing it. Or, I don't
the
know.
floor area ratio is just a number.
Right.
Let me get that, let me correct that. The floor area ratio is a calculation of the maximum amount of building you can have.
Right.
It doesn't tell you where to put it or how to design it. It just tells you how much
Correct.
you can have.
Correct.
So it's conceivable that you could, only using gross lot area, you could design a house to fit into that particular property that would not cross the 50-foot line into the
Right.
regulated area. But that building would be has the potential to be significantly larger than if the calculation were based on the net lot area, where we subtract out the wetland from the flag line, not from
Right.
the 50-foot setback line.
Right.
Just the flag line itself back. Subtract that out, use that as the denominator, and use the design of the house as the numerator and figure out what the FAR is. In effect, you would just be limited to a smaller sized house.
Right.
Using that
Right.
lot. You're not stopped, but you're restricted to a smaller house.
All right. I'm still
I got
not
one more quick question. How's the state doing with their state regulation of setbacks? And is that they've been talking about that for 3 years? Is there any movement on that? That's
Yeah,
going to affect all of this.
We've kind of pulled our hair out a little bit just in this particular exercise because it's taken us a year to get here. DEM has been trying to draft their new wetland regulations for 6 years, and they're not done yet. But the council should be aware, and thanks for asking, because it cues me to remind the council that once the new wetland regulation goes into place at the state level, our wetland regulation will be
Null and void.
Null and void, yes. And so, we will not have that extra layer of review at the zoning board that we have had since 1987.
Right.
But we'd have the state regulations.
Yes.
Right.
True.
Okay.
Yeah, and they're going to be at 50, right? Is that the plan?
I don't have time to explain that all to you because they've got kind of a flexible buffer regulatory setback provision in the works. It's not completed yet. But it's somewhat
another formula. Just what we need.
Yes, it is. Yes.
Okay, let's get through this and we'll go to public.
All right. Yes, sir. Thank you.
So I'm still not quite convinced, Mike. I understand what you're saying. I just feel like we have the wetland buffers to keep the structures in check. So if you're allowed 3,100 square feet, but it can't fit in the dry area, then you can't do it.
Right.
Unless I'm missing an element of this that I'm just not getting. But I do get your point. So I'm just not totally.
Well, using the net, the lot would not be 10,000. Say you got 2,500 square feet of wetland on the site. The denominator then would be the 7,500, and we'd be applying the FAR for that, not for the 10,000 square feet.
Right. But my feeling is that we should base it off of the gross. So that's
But do keep in mind that the FAR for 7,500 is a little higher than the FAR for 10,000 square feet. So you're not losing it all.
Not losing it all. Okay. Okay. So garages. So I think there's two elements to the garage.
Yep.
In this, so we have whether that garage parking counts as parking. It sounds like we would be leaning towards yes. Or I don't want to assume that. And then the other thing is right now, does the garage space, the square footage of the garage, that counts towards the overall square footage of the house?
Yes.
It does.
It's calculated into the FAR, yes.
It is. So we're counting that as living space in the FAR.
Well,
or whatever you want to call it.
Improved space, sure.
Right. But so like if someone could do a 3,100 square foot house, but the garage is 400 square feet, then their living space would just be 27.
That's the difference between example B and C that I showed you earlier. In example C, there was no garage, no sun deck, bigger house.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So yeah, I'm not totally, I don't know if I'm completely sold on that.
Understood.
I know it could be, you know, obviously people could illegally convert a garage into living space. But I guess there's a lot of things people could do illegally.
Yeah, and you know, I want to tell you that the task force debated all of these things that you folks have brought up. It's, you know, we came down on what we thought was the most consistent set of regulations that worked internally together. But there's good argument on both sides, as you've mentioned, Mr. President.
The other thing, so that example you showed that was 7,500 square feet, number one, which is what you could do with the current regulations, 7,500 square feet. That doesn't count a basement. So if they had a finished basement, they actually have a 100% ratio, right?
If the basement had a 7-foot ceiling and and it was dry enough to finish, you would have 100%, yes.
It would be a 10,000 square foot house on a 10,000 square foot lot.
You're right, yes.
Okay. Just to show how extreme, you know, what you could really do right now if you wanted to. The last thing I have is the bunk room. I know that's kind of been like a flashpoint for people and kind of a confusing thing. I'm kind of confused on that as well. So if you have a 4-bedroom house plus a bunk room, is it now a 5-bedroom?
Yes, yeah, bunk room is a subset of bedroom.
So that would be a 5-bedroom. So why would anyone ever put a bunk room in their plan, in their blueprint?
If they wanted to get in under the 4 to avoid the regulatory requirements of the parking requirements of the I'm sorry, under the 5 to avoid the parking requirements of the 5 or more bedroom house.
But if you had 4 bedrooms plus are you saying if they would do 3 bedrooms at a bunk room?
Yeah, 2 bedrooms in a bunk room. I don't know, but point is, we just thought that the development community might say, well, we can skin this cat a different way, and maybe college students and summer tourists don't mind having a bunk room.
But couldn't they just say this is a family room? And then
yes,
you could count it as it would be huge. We would say that's a big bedroom, counts as a bedroom.
Yeah, I mean, they when they submit plans to Wayne, he looks at the floor layout, and every room's supposed to be identified as to what it's going to be. But sometimes what gets built and how it gets used are 2 different things. And if it's got a door that closes and it's got a window or more, one or more windows that are large enough to be considered, sufficient for fire egress, then how is it a family room? And our position on this matter is, I'm glad you asked.
I say get rid of the room.
Well, I'm not saying get rid of it. I
say get rid of the bunk room.
Well, whatever you all want is what we will do. But I want to point out that in the definition of bedroom, we point out that it's only a bedroom if it's not considered common space. And common space is big rooms that it can be big rooms like studios and bonus rooms if they don't have a door that closes and they have an opening that's 4 feet wide or wider. Now, in most houses that I've ever been in, lived in, rented, or whatever, the door into your living room doesn't have a door. The door into your family room doesn't have a door. It's an open area way. So we were trying to exempt all of the legitimate common space, but holding the development to a restriction of, if you're putting a door on it and you got a window that you can egress and it's 70 square feet or more, then it's a bedroom. This is definitely open for some discussion and fine tuning of language. I'm not insisting that the way we've got it written here is the best and only way. So we hear you loud and clear on this. This is a question, and Councilwoman Bonanno, I understand the bunk room is confusing. and maybe is a bridge too far, as they say, but we wanted you to all understand that we understand, because we work with it every day, that the development community has very creative ways of beating our regulations.
It was
Okay, so
fine what's what, so.
I'm sorry.
to, uh, so why would it, I'm just trying to figure out, why would a developer call it a bunk room instead of a bedroom? It seems like it only would hurt them.
Well, if you have a bedroom that's an entire floor of the house, it kind of raises eyebrows as to what it's, how much it's going to get used, how it's going to get used.
But then if it's an entire floor, wouldn't it just be a big family room?
It depends on how they label it, because they've got to label their bedrooms, particularly if they're on a septic system. The building official.
Oh, yeah.
He absolutely makes certain that they've got sufficient septic service for the number of bedrooms identified.
So then if it's a bunk room, and again, I'm not trying to get like argumentative, I'm just trying to think through this because there's a lot of questions for this element of it. If it's a bunk room and they say it's going to have 3 beds in it, that means that calculation is not going into the septic design as well?
Oh, good question.
Well, I imagine it would have to go into the calculation if they know they're going to have the accommodation of more than one person per bedroom, that it would have to go into the calculation. I don't know if it how it actually changes the design. That would be the septic system designer.
Okay. Again, I'm not really like against the bunk room. I just trying to figure out in reality how that would work. That's all. So
we've projected it out there. If it does get removed from the ordinance, we will deal with it as it comes along. And I'm sure Mr. Pimentel is prepared for that.
All right. I think that is it for me. Again, I mean, I think this is great. I know how much work went into it. I'm really just kind of nitpicking some of these details because I want to make sure that we don't put something in that ends up being problematic.
I'm ready to keep working on it. Like I said, we put together these provisions that we thought were the best combination, but we're ready to work with you, Mr. Pimentel, and any others who have good suggestions. This thing still got a lot of flexibility in it.
Okay, I gotcha. All right, great. So why don't we go to the public, see if there's any comments, and then we will come back and we're definitely going to be continuing this. Open. We're not going to be voting tonight on anything. So great, Dan. Who do we have with their hand up to speak?
First, we have Paula Darren.
Hi, Paula. You're going to have to be sworn in by the solicitor.
Hello, Paula. Please state your full name, spell your last name, and provide your address, please.
Sure. Paula Darren. Last name is D as in David, A-R-I-N, 15 Pilgrim Avenue in Narragansett.
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So I have 2 quick questions. The first one is this ordinance relative to only new construction or is it to any renovations as well? So specifically, I have a detached garage and I want to build over the detached garage. Will that now fit into the new FAR requirements or not? Not me personally, I'm just, as you think about where people can start gaming the system, just trying to understand whether this is only for new construction. Does it include renovations?
I believe it will include renovations, and maybe Wayne would want to weigh in on that. But if you're telling me that, let's say, for instance, your garage has a loft area that you use for storage at the moment, and you want to get rid of all that storage and finish it and make it finished space, then that is a significant enough change that it's adding floor area to your property. And I do believe it would have to be calculated to see if you meet the FAR.
Okay, thank you. And my second question is, has anybody done any analysis on what this change is going to do to real estate values and property values? The limitations on what you can build on a piece of property, I'm going to guess, are going to significantly reduce the value of the property. And secondly, with this limitation between a first floor and a second floor size, practically every new home you would want to build is going to have to be a custom designed home. Like you can't build a colonial, you can't build a cape, you can't build any standard 2-story home design that exists. Everything will have to be custom. So I'm just curious if there's been any analysis that's done as to what the broad impact on real estate value in the town would be as a result of this.
Short answer is no on your first question. And on your second question, keep in mind that these regulatory requirements would only be for 5-bedroom houses or greater. So if you're building a 3-bedroom raised ranch or a 3-bedroom Cape Cod, Section 1223 would not be implemented, and you could build it just as a design out of the box. No special design.
Okay, thank you.
Mike, and also the other thing is five bedrooms and also on a smaller lot.
Correct. If it was 5 bedrooms on a 21,000 square foot lot, it wouldn't come in.
Yeah, I think that the concern that I have is there's a saying that says, believe in positive intent. And I think the way these regulations are being written, it's believing negative intent for everybody that wants to build a home. And so you go in with the assumption that everybody's trying to build a home to create these ginormous houses to do nothing but rent to summer people and college kids. And so I actually do agree with the comment that Patrick made, where you have families that would want to build a home on a reasonable sized lot that they could afford, and they may have campers or whatever the case may be. And I think we're restricting people's ability to build what they might want to build with a purist intent, thinking good intent. But I understand the need for it. So thank you. I appreciate the time.
I appreciate that comment.
Patrick, I meant to say, I can't believe you're entering the crushed stone lawn phase of your life.
Well, I think I'm on
Team
record.
agreed?
I think I'm on record that I eat, crushed stone for breakfast. So
That's right.
that's right. So.
All right, Dan, who do we have next?
Next is AMK Waters.
Good evening.
Hello, would you please state your full name and spell your last name and provide your address, please?
Anne Marie Colleen Waters, Waters, 27 Central Avenue in Narragansett.
And would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I'm waiting to speak on the parking down in Califf, but I've been listening to this fascinating conversation. I have a couple of quick comments and maybe some suggestions. I'll be very brief. One is my husband is from Galway, and they have a whole host of issues in the lands in Connemara protecting wetlands and the beautiful coastlands from development. And one of the things that they do is if there's, they separate primary residents from investment builders or builders who want to sell houses for profit. So I thought I'd throw that out there. They even have some clauses where if you get permission to build a piece, your home on your land, and it goes against some of the regulations, that you agree to not rent your land, your house for 7 years. So they require that you do not rent it for 7 years. So I know in our beautiful little town that we struggle with residents versus investors versus renters and profiteering versus keeping our town beautiful. So I thought I would throw that out there to say that instead of necessarily going to highly regulate citizens, that we can just make a simple clause where development and investment building is separate from primary residence. So food for thought on that. And because of that, I was thinking, I want to renovate my house. I'm on a 5,000 square foot lot. So I actually think it's worse to allow 10,000 square foot lots to go to build straight up. I call them tenement buildings. They remind me of apartment buildings. They're square and they go 35 feet straight in the air. So I applaud the reduction on the second or the third floor. But I don't think it should be limited just to I don't think the lot size is the problem. I think the, 3 square boxes straight up is the problem. And I do believe that that's because of the a square foot value of a house that a builder builds. So if he's going to get, $1,000 a square foot, instead of putting a beautiful 200 square foot deck or balcony on the top floor, he makes that a livable space. He gets an extra $200,000. So it's a motivation for them to build a straight up square box. So I agree that something should be done about that. Absolutely. But I do think, again, that most people who live year round would be more caring about what their house looks like and would want to put a deck there, would want to make it prettier, and would be less inclined to build a 3-story box as a full-time resident. So if we could possibly do a resident versus builder rule, that may solve that as well. And further to that, I'm actually thinking of renovating my house. I bought it when I was single, and now I'm married with a humongous dog and 2 children who go to Narragansett schools. So I do want to build, and I need a home office. I absolutely need a home office. And that would mean my home office would be an extra bedroom, which it would not be. But then I wouldn't be allowed to have a home office unless I had a 48-inch door, which is possible, but my little cottage, it wouldn't work. So the bedroom, we would need to maybe make a consideration, especially in the Zoom world we live in, for a home office. And just 2 more quick things. I think garages are actually nice to have on houses because they cover up the cars. So when you're living on 5,000 and 10,000 square foot lots, if you don't have a garage, there's cars everywhere. And so I think to deter someone from using their allowable space to have a garage, that would go against beautifying our town by not allowing people to pull their cars into the garages. And then the other thing is the decks, that you say that if a deck is open, that it doesn't count. But I love those enclosed decks on the 2nd or 3rd floor. It would be like on 50%. It's just a corner deck, or even a deck that's enclosed 3 ways is outdoor space on the 2nd floor. So I don't know why an enclosed deck would be not considered outdoor space and would be considered part of usable indoor space. And I would encourage, when you review this, to look at allowing beautiful decks on the 2nd and 3rd floor. I think they're consistent with our architecture in our ocean town. And it would encourage people, and even builders, to use that space on the 2nd and 3rd floor to make beautiful decks that aren't necessarily just open decks, but they could have, a couple of sides to them that would be enclosed in the structure of the home, but still outside space on the 2nd and 3rd floors. And so that's all I have to say for that. Thank you for listening, and thank you for working on this. I think it's a good thing to work on. I think our town would benefit when you guys figure this all out. And good luck with that, because it's very complicated. And thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Dan, who do we have next?
Next is Paul Zonfrillo.
Hi, Paul, please state your full name, spell your last name, and provide your address, please.
Paul Zonfrillo, Zonfrillo, 7 Windward Circle.
Paul, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So getting back to the bunk room, it kind of seems like it's a loophole we're building right into this. And why would we reduce the amount of parking per bedroom? I think, you're going to see 2 bedrooms and, 2 bunk rooms, right? So it kind of feels like it's a loophole that's in the making. Also, shouldn't this be 3 instead of 4 bedrooms? Right now, we have a no more than 3 college student ordinance. So why shouldn't the zoning change reflect that? And the other thing is, let's not delay this any further. Perfect's the enemy of done. And I think the corner cases that Mr. Murray are bringing up, talking about the crushed stone and, what about this? They're like marginalized cases. And we should not hold up the whole ordinance over something like this. It's perfect is the enemy of done. It's going to have to be changed anyway. So let's just move forward, put down some stakes, move forward, and not try and, overcomplicate it. I think, like, what about the crushed stone? What about the this? What about the that? I mean, there's going to be things that come up when people try and game the system, and they are going to try and game the system.
Right.
There's no question about it. It'll have to be revisited again later. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. I'm going to look at those calculations again, particularly as it relates to parking. So thank you.
All right, Dan, who's next?
Next is Steve.
Hello, Steve. Please state your full name, spell your last name, and provide your address, please.
Stephen Ferrandi, Steven, last name Ferrandi, Ferrandi, at 44 Sylvan Road, Narragansett.
Steve, would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, council members. Yes, I have a few comments tonight. I too think that this has been a long time in the making for the town, and I'm glad to see this, the town staff realize that our zoning's really been out of whack for quite a while here, and that, we're seeing the result of it out there right now. We're seeing the large houses, we're seeing the tear down, we're seeing everything. So my suggestion would be, I wouldn't delay it. We've already had a whole year to wait. This came up about a year ago, and it was an emergency then, it's an emergency now. So I think some good things have been discussed here. It's been vetted out a bit. The bunk room's a little bit of a gray area. Parking issue, maybe no bunk room is better. That could be a suggestion. As far as a lot of the matrix on the ratios, Mike said we're about in the middle somewhere. So maybe on tier number 9, you can tighten that up to a little bit instead of 0.31 to 0.30. If that could be considered. But I think you have a good starting point from what to get. And I think, we can, for lack of a better word, we can discuss this till the cows come home about every little variation and who wants to do with their house and what they don't want. We all have to live within a framework, shouldn't we? Especially with the zoning. Zoning is the heart and soul of a town. So, we've been missing that in this town. This thing kind of brings things into correction a little bit, and some things might need to be vetted out, but we can't talk about every little situation while we're working on this. We have to at least come up with a good framework. And I think you have a good solid framework. A little bit of tweaking, like I said, with the bunk room to gray area. I don't even, personally, I wouldn't have the bunk room. I think it brings in too much. I think it's got a lot of other good elements. The definition of bedrooms and everything that can be a bedroom could be counted as a bedroom. So I think it's a good framework, and I think you should really move on with it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Steve. Dan, who do we have next?
Next is Deborah Ryan.
Hello, Deborah. Please state your full name, spell your last name, and provide your address.
Hi, this is actually Michael Ryan speaking on behalf of Deborah. Last name is Ryan. Address is 21 Daytona Avenue, Narragansett.
Michael, would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
There's a couple good points brought up, but this proposed regulations to restrict the renters will kind of affect the ability for permanent residents to construct the homes that they desire on the lots that they're actually living in. So it does seem like these restrictions will impact, the permanent residents more than anybody else. Absent landlords will always find loopholes. I think maybe two other speakers previously have pointed out that, people who live here are actually going to design houses to, look nicer, that they're going to live in. They're not just trying to maximize bedrooms to rent out. It also kind of seems that a lot of the problem homes have already been constructed. So now passing this is just going to prevent permanent residents from trying to, live the rest of their lives here. So I kind of think that if we're able to pass rules about, limiting 3 college students to a house, isn't that more effective in ruling out big rental properties than actually limiting all lots for putting additions on? That's kind of my main point, I guess. Like, no one's going to build a 7-bedroom house if they can only rent out 3. What if somebody wants to put a bigger kitchen in, they should be able to live, their retirement life with the, amenities that they want, instead of being restricted due to the actions of, a few other individuals who are just trying to profit. That's all. Thank you.
All right, Dan, who do we have? Who's up next?
Next is Dr. Alba.
Hello, would you please state your full name, spell your last name, and provide your address?
Yes, Dr. Al Alba. Alba is ALBA, 24 Eagles Nest Terrace, Narragansett, Rhode Island.
Would you please raise your right hand?
I am.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Yes,
Thank you.
I want to applaud Michael. I think he did a wonderful job in the presentation. I do feel this is long overdue, and I echo the feelings that, I think time is of the essence, that we have to get control over our zoning. You have these huge houses that are disproportionately large in some neighbors. And unfortunately, the immediate neighbors to those houses, their value of their houses have gone down significantly. If their view is impeded, if they if you're next to a dorm size house, there's no question that the value of your house is going to go down. And if someone has that kind of money to want to build or enlarge, well, there are plenty of lots out there. There are other areas they can go. In fact, when you tear down a house and rebuild it, it costs more than, say, having a house built from scratch. Old work and reconstruction work, when they have to tear down a house, tear down a wall, and it's quite more expensive. So I think we have to get this under control now. And for those who say that, the limit of 3 students or 4 unrelated, there's always going to be people who are going to get around it. And once we have people who are on staff 24/7 knocking on doors, let's face it, the time people are going to probably going to get caught is if they're reported. But a lot of people might not report them, and they're going to work around it. Once someone gets in, like I said, if kids get in there and they're going to want to get 2 or 3 more kids in there, are we going to be able to watch that house 24/7? So there's no such thing as a perfect ordinance, even if we are going to have it in place, unless we're knocking on the doors 24/7 every day to see who's actually in that house. So I think this is long overdue, and I applaud all of you in supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Al. Dan, anyone else?
That's it.
All right. All right, so we will end the public comment portion. So we can go around for some last thoughts, just a couple from me. So we'll need to give direction to Mike, Wayne, and their departments so that we have a document to work off of for the continuation of the public hearing. Whether that's, I don't know if that could be in the next meeting or if it has to be a month from now. But there are two things that we've discussed that I personally would like to see changed. I just like to see what the sentiment of the rest of the council is. One of them is the garage. So I believe that the garage should not count towards the floor area ratio, my opinion. And then the other part is I'm not really sold again on on basing the FAR off of the net plot size. I think it should be based off the gross. Those are the two issues I have with it. Neither of those things are going to stop me from, voting for this down the road. But I'm not sure that those, as composed, should stay in. So I'm just going to go around and get your thoughts on that and any other thoughts you have. So why don't we start with Susan?
I think it's work in progress, and I think, we again have some more revisions to look at, and I think we're heading in the right direction, but I definitely have some concerns about the bunk room. I still want to better understand, the additional parking. And so while I think that and appreciate the hard work of the town staff, and especially Mike, you've done a great job with it. I still think we have some work to do on it. I mean, we want to get it right. As you said earlier, Jesse, we don't want it to be problematic. So to rush to adopt something that isn't fully vetted out and completely by the staff as well. I mean, Mike took notes tonight and is looking to do some more revisions. So I think it's still a document, a work in progress for sure.
All right, Eva?
I didn't really have any issues with any of it. So that was, I think, it's the planning department that did, that's their expertise, and they did their due diligence looking at other towns and cities, and I think what they came up with was a good end result.
All right, Deb?
I agree with what Eva just said, but I also want to say with regard to the garages, the issue that I have is that, once a garage, not always a garage. And when, the garage becomes two more bedrooms in the house, then what do you do about parking? So I think, and that happened right across the street from my own house. So I'm pretty familiar with the concept. So I think we have to, we can't tell people how to use a piece of, a part of their house. And a garage for a car is a great idea. So I think we just have to think that one through a little bit farther than we have so far. That's it.
Okay, Patrick?
Well, there's several, issues that concern me. I think there is encroachment on property rights, but at the same time, we can't have people building 8-bedroom dorm houses in 10,000 square foot lots. So I think if we can implement a moratorium at this time and give us more time to sort some of these issues through, I think that's the path to move forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Just a reminder, it has been a year since this was kind of developed. I don't feel like we're that far off that we need to go months and months and months before we have something. I think we're pretty close. Mike, do you feel like you have some direction based on tonight and the last workshop to make some additional edits to what you have, or do we make it more confusing for you?
I think I understand where the question marks are. And I feel a little more, I've got a little more direction as it relates to garages, certainly. And I think we can work out the whole the second floor, third floor thing. I think we've got a pretty good idea on how to address the the triggering of the 5,000 square foot versus 10,000 square foot trigger point. Bunk rooms, I just worry that if we don't put something in there, since we've already presented it out to you all, that we're going to, the building inspector is going to be encountering bunk rooms, and he's going to need some guidance. Now, he and I need to get together anyway to talk about this ordinance. Wayne didn't have the benefit of being involved when we drafted the first draft. So he and I need to get together anyway. So we'll talk this through, and I will come back with something for you. And it might say, as Ms. Bonanno says, it might just be we're taking it out. I don't know. But whatever we do present to you, we'll explain why. And we'll ask your indulgence. And then you can take another look at it, and at that point decide if you like the new draft, or if you want to fine tune it yet again. We want to do it right too. I think someone said we'll probably be back at this at some point. Any ordinance that has this level of complexity usually needs to be revisited within a year to 18 months anyway, because things crop up. So that wouldn't be a surprise. And we're up to that task too.
Thank you, Mike. Well done.
Yeah, thank you, Mike.
Thank you. Thanks for giving us some time.
So we will look forward to a revised version of this to work off of. And any council members that are interested in meeting with Mike and Wayne in your personal time, go ahead and do that, or your professional time, whatever, in your own time, go ahead and do that. And that sounds good. So do we have a motion to receive and place on file the planning board's recommendations?
I'll make a motion to receive and place on file. Susan Cicilline Bonanno.
Second that.
Second by Eva. Any comments? All right, all in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Eva Drzezinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick?
Patrick Murray, aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. And then do we have a motion to continue the public hearing?
I'll move that motion to continue the public hearing. Susan Cicilline Bonanno.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Eva. All in favor, starting with
Mike has his hand up.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
If I may, you may want to suggest a particular date to continue it to, so that we can preserve the advertising.
Okay.
And I think that you may want to look into either late April or early May.
Does that sound like what you're going to need time-wise?
Not only because I need to work in-house on this, but also because the planning board's docket is pretty tight the next month. So, well, I was thinking we might want to send it back to planning board. So if you're not sending it back to planning board, then no, I don't need that much time. Maybe April would work.
Okay.
I'm sorry about that. Sorry.
No,
I had
that's
in my
fine.
mind that you were going to send it back.
No, I appreciate it. How about April 5th? So Monday, early in the month, you think all right? Or yeah, okay. All right. So is there a motion to continue?
Continue to
April
5th.
Second.
I'll make
made by Susan, seconded by Eva. All in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Eva Drzezinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick?
Patrick Murray, aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Lisa, thank you. And Mike and Wayne, thanks again for everything.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right, so we are.
Yeah, Council President.
Yeah, we're in the middle of one motion.
Okay, once we get through that, can we move up 13, 14, and 15? Because that's what these folks are here tonight for, I believe.
Yep, why don't let's get rid of, let's get these done and we'll do that.
Yes, sir.
All right, so we are on number 18. We took public comment. Were there any other questions from the council? Nope. All right, so why don't we go ahead and take the vote? on number 18, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva,
Eva Jarzynski, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick,
Patrick Murray, aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Number 19 is a motion to approve a resolution on protecting municipal-owned conservation properties by deeming conservation properties as having conservation restrictions. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion. Susan
All right,
Cicilline
there's-
Bonanno.
I'll second. I'll second.
Second by Deb. So this is another one that was sponsored by Deb and I. Deb, if you want to go ahead, you did a better job explaining than I did last.
I don't know. The distinction between the two is a little bit odd, but this is a motion to approve a resolution protecting municipal-owned conservation properties by deeming conservation properties as having conservation restrictions. So the first one was about, properties in Narragansett needing this, and this is the one that where we actually take the action of creating the conservation restrictions. So these lands could not be built on in perpetuity.
Right. So not just about being sold, which was the last
Right,
one,
right.
about developing it.
There's also, just so everybody knows this, there's also a pending piece of legislation in the General Assembly that that moves in the same direction, which would be very helpful for the state.
Mm. And one way to kind of think about how this is useful going forward, and this is a case where it's not exactly what happened, but it's kind of similar, was when the issue came up a few years back about selling the Clark Road property. So that's not conservation land, but that is recreational land owned by the town that nobody thought would ever come close to getting sold. And was proposed.
Right.
It didn't happen,
It's a
but
good analogy.
those are the kind of things that if you're not careful and you don't protect these properties, there's that possibility.
You lose them. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's go ahead with a discussion. Susan, any thoughts?
So, I just want to, again, commend Tom Rogers
Absolutely.
for his work on this and being the leader of that work. And to you, Jesse, and to you, Deb, the land trust to preserve and protect. We've talked about it a long time, and over the last several years, Tom has really led that group to do some great things like acquire the land, protect it. So kudos to that group. I couldn't be happier to vote yes on this tonight.
Thank you, Susan. Eva.
Yes, thank you, Tom. I did. It was great speaking with him a while back when I first came on the council. Appreciate all his efforts, appreciate everyone's efforts on this. And that's all I have to say.
Thanks, Eva. Patrick?
Yeah, land trust certainly looking out for the town there. Also, the voter initiative that was approved last year is yet another level, another bureaucracy where we can't sell town property. So this just provides a further protection. So thank you.
All right. It looks like we have Tom here with his hand up. So Dan, can we go ahead and unmute him?
All set.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. There are two
Oh,
resolutions.
Tom, can you just state your full name and address?
Thomas Rogers, 68 Earls Court, Narragansett.
Great, thank you.
The first resolution was to deem the properties to be held in the public trust. And that is a resolution the town can do it, but the legislation both in the Senate and the House that Deb Kopek mentioned is going to codify that and make it even stronger. In fact, the Land Trust on Thursday night will be we'll be addressing a recommendation to the town council for the next meeting to actually make a resolution to support those two pieces of legislation. The second one, number 19, is that the properties would be held with a conservation restriction under existing state law, which is really strong because it's worked well for when people were trying to use the Cumberland Monastery property for purposes other than conservation. So it's been litigated and it's actually very strong. So I just wanted to make sure that people understood the two differences between the two pieces of resolutions here.
All right, great. Thank you, Tom. Okay, looks like that is it. So assuming there are no other thoughts, let's go ahead and take the vote. Start with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva,
Eva Drushinsky, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopeck, aye, and thanks a lot, Tom, for all your hard work.
Patrick,
Patrick Murray, aye.
Josie Q, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Patrick, did you want to move some items up?
Yeah, we could move 13, 14 to 15. We get through that. I think a lot of these people will go to bed.
Do you want to include 12 or do that after?
Yeah, I think 12 part of that. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's the
Nichols.
that's the restricted Nichols. Yeah,
All right, can you make the motion?
I move that we move 12, 13, agenda item 12, 13, 14, and 15 up to vote on at this time.
I'll second that.
All right, all in favor?
I'll second it.
Okay, second by Susan. All in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva,
Eva Drushinsky, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Patrick,
Patrick Murray, aye.
Josie Q, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Number 12 is the motion to introduce, read, pass, and accept as a first reading a resolution amending the official list of parking restrictions and regulations in the town of Narragansett in accordance with the Narragansett Code of Ordinances to restrict parking on Nichols Ave. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion.
I'll
Is there a
second.
Sorry, who second?
I'll second.
Okay.
I did. Susan.
Right. Who made the motion?
Eva.
Eva, sorry, I was distracted
Eva.
for a second. All right, motion by Eva, seconded by Susan. Okay, so this is a motion by Chief Corrigan, so I'm going to let him give us a summary of it.
Good evening, everybody. So we've been receiving complaints at Town Hall. Council people have received emails and the police department about parking down on Nichols Ave. It's a very narrow road. At the widest, it's 14 feet, and at one narrow location, it's 11 feet wide. Very, very wet on the shoulders. So I had the traffic safety work group go down there, which was one of my captains, Public Works, and consulting with the fire marshal, and they came up with the recommendation to restrict parking on both sides of the road for Nichols.
Thank you, Chief. All right, so why don't we go ahead and get some thoughts from the council? Susan?
So I couldn't agree more with that recommendation. I mean, I've been down there a million times, and Nichols is one of the smallest streets in that area, and I think it was unsafe to even bring anybody in there. So completely concur with their findings. So thank you.
All right, thanks, Susan. Eva?
No comments.
All right. Deb?
I totally agree with this.
All right. Patrick?
All set.
Okay. Why don't we go to public comment? Dan, who do we have?
First is Dina Rizzo.
Hi, Dina. Please state your full name and address.
Hello, my name is, first of all, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you. My name is Dina DeRusso. I'm at 18 Louise Avenue. First, I want to thank you for seeing that Nichols should have no parking on either side of the street. However, there seems to be a focus on the library rather than protecting residents. There are still safety concerns that are number one concern for the Point Judith residents in Louise Avenue, Conant, and Pilgrim. Emergency vehicles and school buses cannot pass these roads in our neighborhood when cars are parked on either side of the roads. This was specifically demonstrated by the Narragansett Fire Department's video back in 2019. I suggest all council members view that video again. It clearly shows there is no space for street parking. Signs have been placed since 1978. The town council cannot dismiss the signage since it was placed there for safety purposes. Secondarily, littering and indecent exposure are two other major issues residents have photo evidence. Please let me know if you need that evidence and we can email photos to the town council. Next, both erosion and wildlife endangerment and encroachment on issues due to the size of the streets are an issue. With parking allowed, residents, taxpayers will have their private property encroached upon. I have asked surfers to take their surfboards off my private property. That is trespassing and an invasion of privacy. The roads in Point Judith area need repaving and sidewalks need to be installed to provide safer walking areas. These sidewalks for all neighborhood residents, taxpayers would be beneficial, not just for surfers. Parking on Ocean Road and adding sidewalks would benefit all. I walk to the lighthouse from Louise Avenue, and it is often dangerous because of limited speeding, limited area to walk and speeding of cars. Residents, taxpayers would feel our tax dollars are being used wisely if they are well spent on sidewalks for the Ocean Drive. Also, all three right-of-ways in our neighborhood have never been blocked to the public. Our neighborhood is peaceful, quiet, and respectful. There has always been equal access for all residents and non-residents to enjoy the ocean access. Right-of-ways do not guarantee parking. Hence, I also want to comment that why is the newly elected town council listening to complaints and offering support to non-residents rather than residents and taxpayers? Why is the council helping special interest groups like developers, landlords, and surfers, and not residents who are property owners and pay taxes? Let us be reminded, surfing is a sport and it is a hobby. Those who choose to surf should understand that they have to be in good athletic shape in order to walk places where there may not be parking provided. There has never been an issue in the Point Judith area on Louise, Pilgrim, Caleb, Connet, Nichols area regarding access and enjoyment to the right-of-ways. Surfers surf freely. Finally, as I have stated before at previous meetings, what do my tax dollars pay for? I pay for my own garbage removal. I have septic, no sewers. I have no children in the school. My road is in disrepair. Again, I thank the council for recognizing that there is no parking on Nichols. However, I hope that you will recognize the quality of life, the safety on our streets, and the other three that are in the motions. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan, who do we have next?
Next, we have Seahorse Properties.
Hi, please state your full name and address.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. Please state your full name and address.
Name is Martin Etton, and the address is 24 Caleb Avenue, Narragansett.
All right, go ahead, please.
I would like to, first of all, I would like to compliment Mike and the rest of you on the due diligence you've done on the previous ordinance and the research that was comprehensively done. And my question is why, in this case, when it comes to the parking issue, you 5 council members don't seem to have done the same level of research, and I see no attempt on your part other than what was done for Nicol Avenue to apply your mind to the other alternatives. So my question is, number one, of the 5 of you, which ones of you have consulted with other state agencies, and what consultation did you have and what input did you get them regarding these parking areas that you're proposing? And alternatively, why they didn't consider the other alternatives? are you 5 members able to indicate to me what research you've done? Because I think it was a rush to judgment in asking the attorney to prepare this documentation, the alteration of the existing ordinance without due consultation. So, Mike, you had a lot to say last time. What have you done any consultation with other state agencies? Patrick Murray, I think that would be the first one I would ask.
Well, Mr. Seahorse Properties, we're not supposed to have a back and forth. This isn't, a discussion. You're supposed to make a comment, and then we go around later and voice our opinions, again, as councilmen on this subject. Thank you.
So am I to understand from that you will comment on the research that was done by you individially? Because
sure, I'll be glad to answer that when the time comes. Yes, sir.
In my correspondence to you, I asked those questions, and I think Ewa was the only one who had the courtesy of replying to us in writing, and I thank you for that. But the rest of you didn't deem it necessary to respond to the correspondence we sent you. So yes, I look forward to hearing from you what input you had in making these recommendations.
Thank you. Dan, who do we have next?
Next is Nate Merrill.
Nate, please state your full name and address.
Hey, good evening, council. This is Nate Merrill, Merrill. I live at 186 South Whedon Road in South Kingstown, Rhode Island. I'd like just to speak in support of these parking ordinance changes. I've listened to many town council meetings about this. There's been a lot of thought put into it. I appreciate everyone's time on it. I'd just like to stress that it was not the surfers that instigated this. It was in fact restrictions being put on and locals calling the police and enforcing, putting up signs where we used to park for generations. So this is a reasonable proposal to sort this out more, to make parking legal and orderly, and I support all your guys' work on it, and thank you.
Thank you, Nate. Dan, who's next?
Next is AMK Waters.
Hi, please state your full name and address.
Good evening, Anne Marie Colleen Waters at 27 Central Avenue in Narragansett.
Go ahead, Anne Marie.
Yes, so I live in the Califf area. I'm a Narragansett resident, a wife, a mother of 2 small children, and I agree and applaud the council's intention to provide equal and ubiquitous access to the ocean. However, the question is not should we grant access, but rather how we do it and to whom. Careful consideration is in order to accommodate a wide berth of people who want and have the right to enjoy our oceans and the surrounding community. A lot of attention has been given to the surfers who want access at to the breaks at Conant and Louise. And in fact, this parking proposal is for that purpose. But what about other people's access? What about the walkers and the runners and the bikers and the children and the families and the elderly? Visitors and neighbors from surrounding areas like Breakwater Village and visitors that walk down from Aunt Carrie's and Iggy's. What about the abilities for families to safely put their children on a school bus and residents who will at some point undoubtedly need emergency services? Should these needs be below the needs of the surfers? Permitting cars to be strewn along the tiny side roads of the Califf neighborhood prevent residents, visitors, and neighbors alike from strolling, biking, running, walking their dogs, and even driving through the area to enjoy the ocean and the environment. We need to preserve the beauty of Narragansett and not make every ocean access point an ugly parking lot filled with trucks and vans that adulterate the serene settings that all of us treasure. Further, the children who live in this area have the rights of their own to play safely and ride their bikes without having to navigate around parked cars, traffic, and half-naked surfers. On that note, with all respect, one might think that surfers above others are environmentally careful and conscious, but unfortunately, that's not the case. After a big surf day, the ocean side is littered with cigarette butts, fast food wrappers and bags, empty alcohol bottles, and random straps, jugs, and equipment that I, among other locals, have to clean up each time to preserve the health of our oceans and seaside. And finally, most importantly, when considering a fair solution for all, we must remember that surfers already have access. They have huge parking lots at Aunt Carrie's and the Bonview restaurants, as well as parking lots at the Lighthouse and the Fisherman's Memorial, in addition to an abundance of parking right along Ocean Road, which is a wide 2-lane road with a double yellow line that runs the course of the Caliph access points and is less than a few hundred feet from the water. So the surfers here don't want or need parking access. They want concierge parking. They want VIP parking. I know surfers in Hawaii and around the world that hike down paths and climb hills to reach prime surf points. Nowhere is it expected that you should be within 30 feet of the water to be considered as having access. In fact, most of the ample parking spaces around Town Beach are in fact further from the water than they would be if they parked on Ocean Road here. So the existing parking in areas of Town Beach and other areas are farther away than what Ocean Road is from our breaks.
Anne Marie, I'm gonna have to stop you. We limit to 3 minutes.
Okay,
Okay.
so in conclusion, I would argue that the parked cars would cause less access for a larger amount of people and make it more difficult and even dangerous for the most vulnerable of our population, which is our children, our elderly, and our differently able. I commend you all for wanting to provide access. Let's do that by keeping parking on Ocean Road and keeping Caliph access roads, Conant, Louise, and Pilgrim from becoming a congested parking area. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan, who do we have next?
Next is Kay Morgan.
Hi, Kay. Please state your full name and address and keep your comments to 3 minutes, please.
Sure. My name is Christine Morgan, 44 Caliph Ave. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, it just asked me to unmute. I know that we've been discussing this for quite some time and that you've heard both sides of the argument, but just listening over the last several council meetings to some of the other ordinances that we've been discussing with respect to the college students and with respect to the bulk zoning, it seems to me that the goal of the council is to, keep peace in our community, to make it suitable for families, to drive families into the town, to make the neighborhoods safe, talking about hardscapes and softscapes. Why isn't that consideration happening when we're talking about parking on small side streets? It seems to me that it goes against some of the values that you're imposing on some of these other ordinances. And I just wish that some of that would be discussed. And it seems as though several of you just have your mind made up. You just want to have parking because you equate the parking with the access. And I can understand some of the arguments, and I agree that access should be open to all, but I think that, careful consideration needs to be put into place into small neighborhoods and the overall goal of our town to keep these neighborhoods peaceful. And it seems like what we're doing now is the opposite of peaceful. So thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan. Dan, who do we have next?
Next is Sydney Ghazi.
Hi, Sydney. Please state your full name and address.
Hi, Sydney Ghazi, 35 Caliph Avenue, Narragansett.
Go ahead, Sydney.
I want to first of all say how grateful I am that the town council has recognized that Nichols is such a fragile ecosystem and has decided not to put parking on either side of that area. It's not my street, but I will tell you it's in my neighborhood, and I can't tell you how absolutely horrified I am every time I turn the corner to come to my own home and see the destruction that is caused by the parking on that street. So I truly appreciate that you have all taken the time to look at that area and look carefully at the damage is being done. When that damage is done, it's irreplaceable. I will say I could not agree 1000% more with my neighbor, Anne Marie. I have been there when the school buses have tried to get down the streets to drop off the kids after school. The town has already can stand behind me. The police department can stand behind me. There's no way emergency vehicles will get down a street when the surfers are there. And this is what this is about. This is, we love the access to it. Kayakers, fishermen, people walking from all different neighborhoods are all welcome. But when it's a high surf time, nobody has access to the beach except for the surfers. So the car situation is a problem. You've heard this 1,000 times before. You've heard it from me. You've heard it from my family and from my neighbors. Please, please, please take the time to recognize that these are streets that first need repair, and then second, need your consideration to understand what's actually going on here. It's not about privilege as opposed to holding people off of the beach. That's not what this is all about. And I do appreciate that some of you have reached back to me and in my emails have said that you understand and will take a point and look at this. I'm disappointed when I hear people that have shut the door to this conversation, but there are so many other options here. This is not a black or white situation. This is a very fluid situation. And I think there's so many other great points that will be happy to meet everyone's demands if we would take the time to recognize that. So that's all I have to say. I know you know who I am, and I appreciate the time to speak to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sydney. Dan, who do we have next?
Next is Mary.
Hi, Mary. Please state your full name and address. Mary, can you, are you muted?
I unmuted. I'm not sure.
Oh, we can hear you. It's kind of soft.
Sorry. I didn't think I should be speaking now, but everyone started speaking about the whole plan. I agree with no parking on Nichols. I had a house on Pilgrim Avenue, so I'm familiar with the area and I live nearby. I think parking, I don't like that people are categorizing the parking just for the surfers. I don't think that's fair. I've had my mom was disabled and we used to take her over to that area and park and show her the waterfront there. So it's not just for surfers, so people that enjoy the ocean. Sometimes if I'm having a bad day, I like to drive over there and actually look at the ocean for a while from that vantage point and admire the lighthouse. And it's not available on Ocean Road. Is very dangerous to park on and go across the street. So I don't think that's a good alternative. And obviously there's a problem with the Rose Nolman parking. So in 2008, when I did own a house on Pilgrim Avenue, maybe there was a regulation, but people did park on both sides of the street on Pilgrim Avenue at the time. I don't agree with both sides of the street, but I do think there should be allowed parking on Pilgrim and some of the other streets there and areas, and maybe widen the street to help accommodate that. And I don't think, I don't want us to become an area like Connecticut where we say we have access, but no one can get to it and there's no parking nearby. So I really think we should allow parking in the area, but limit it. And I do think part of it sometimes can be perceived as privilege, and I don't want it to be that way. I wanted that we are the Ocean State, and that we have a place, we make places available to park for our ocean access. And I guess that's about it. Oh, I did want to mention one thing. I noticed a lot of times everyone on Caliph Avenue seems to have landscapers, and I see trucks parked there all the time for landscapers and blocking, and I've tried to go by with my car and not be able to make it through. So I know that it's narrow, but we allow for these huge landscaping trucks to park there for hours at a time. So I think some of that maybe should be considered when they're talking about not wanting access and not allowing parking when they're allowing that type of thing to happen in the neighborhood. Thank you.
All right.
Sorry, I was muted. Looks like that's it for hands up. So why don't we just go around one more quick time for through the council, and then we'll take the vote. Susan, any comments?
No, no comment on Nichols, no.
All right. Eva?
You're on mute, Emma.
No comment on Nichols.
Okay. Deb?
No comment.
Patrick?
It's safe to say that everybody's in agreement on Nichols, okay?
That's right. Just one quick comment. I did want to just respond to the individual from public comment asking what research was done by us individually. I did not contact any state offices regarding this issue. They're town roads that we can set the ordinance for. I don't see any reason to go to the state for any sort of study or anything like that in this instance. So that's my answer to that. So why don't I go ahead and call the vote? We'll start with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Patrick?
Patrick Murray, aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Number 13 is a motion to introduce, read, pass, and accept as a first reading a resolution amending the official list of parking restrictions and regulations in the town of Narragansett in accordance with the Narragansett Code of Ordinances to regulate parking on Connet Ave. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion, Susan Cicilline Bonanno.
Is there a second?
I'll second. I'll second.
You're muted.
Deb. All right. Susan, any thoughts? This is for Connet specifically.
So this is parking on, we're looking at Connet to park on this, have parking on the south side, correct?
Connet is on
The north side.
yeah, south side.
South side. Okay, so I just, again, I think that this council has been very careful in their deliberations. I know that people have gone down there, we've responded to emails. We have taken into consideration the residents' views. Obviously, we all care deeply about how they are living and their quality of life. So it's important. And so I think we started off with, no parking at all. We made through lots of conversation and lots of deliberation, trying to find a way to give access, but to restore and keep integrity of the neighborhoods. And I like this plan. I like nothing on Nichols, and for this on Connet, it's on one side, it's on the south side. And I think it's a reasonable compromise. So I support parking on Connet on the south side. And then I just want to also, Mary brought up one of the residents, I was just down there again today. People do park on Ocean Road, and I know Deb, she talked about safety. I see the men pick up their boards and they're walking. So giving them some limited parking within the neighborhood and using Ocean Road seems like a very good compromise with all the suggestions. We did the bomb view, we talked about the park. So I think it's a good compromise, and we're not going to abandon the residents. We will study it, we will keep on top of it. So I support south side parking on Connet.
Thanks, Susan. Eva?
Yeah, I agree with the compromise, and we'll follow up on it, and we'll monitor it and see where it goes.
All right, Deb?
I also agree. I will say that I have walked Ocean Road in that area many, many times in the last 13 years, and it is not a safe road to walk on.
That's right.
So I agree.
Patrick?
Yeah, I mean, when we first started down this road with Pilgrim and Connet and Louise to some extent. You know, it was like, oh, you know, everybody was like, oh, we love the surface, you know, everything's fine. We don't need to do anything. And now that we actually, you know, are trying to provide some safe off-road parking and boost up them shoulders with some crushed stones and make some sense of that situation down there for safety purposes. You know, and then, you know, the surfers are, you know, not the friendly guys that we thought they were, you know, when we started the conversation. Now that we're trying to institute parking, all of a sudden, you know, but it's not just for surfers, it's for fishermen. It's for people who go snorkeling.
Resident.
You know, I mean,
Residents.
for anybody who wants access down there, you know. And I understand when there's, you know, a good break out there and then the neighborhood does get inundated, but, you know, if there's parking is filled, they're not gonna park illegally because they'll get tickets, and you know, we'll monitor that. So I mean, this is an attempt not to infiltrate a neighborhood, is to provide safety for this neighborhood. So you know, I can support this, and you know, I think at the end of the day, everybody's gonna say, well, you know what, this worked out just fine. I think it's, you know. So that's all I got.
Jesse, can I ask a question to you or to Mark Davis on all three of these streets? I did at the last meeting we talked about adding a sunset and dusk clause for, you know, so that people aren't parking overnight in these places. And then I was just going to ask the chief about, you know, we have the right of way. Can we back it up a little so there isn't a congestion? I don't know. Do we do that at the end of all the streets? If that was something that would apply to all streets, or should we touch on it now? I don't know.
What, Chief Corrigan, what is the typical practice for setting back parking, like at intersections, corners, that sort of thing?
The town ordinance is 25 feet from the intersection, which I would recommend for that plat because the roads are so narrow. I spoke to the fire marshal about it. So I would recommend to the council that if you're going to make this public policy change to open up the parking, to direct the town manager, to direct public works, to do some street marking like it's done on Ocean Road or like you see on Fifth Avenue, to give some people some guidance on what are good legal parking spaces, keep people away from fire hydrants, keep them away from the intersections. And
right.
Okay.
So cheap, it would be on all three streets. You'd look at them to do it for all three streets. How far? 25 back for each of the streets for Connet, Pilgrim.
From the intersection, yeah.
Okay.
Public Works does this all over town. They know how to do it really well,
right.
And I think it would make it more orderly.
Okay. All right. And so that answered that question about how far back, and then about the clause for Connet, and I would apply it to Louise and Pilgrim too. The sunset clause, would that be at the end of these streets, Mark, or could we talk about that now for all of these streets as well?
I drafted it as the town council directed, and I spoke with Sean about specifically where the parking would end. And I think as Sean had just suggested, I think if it's passed, the police department with the Department of Works will go out and make some recommendations as to specific exemptions or carve-outs. But the parameters that are drafted in that ordinance reflect what was passed by the town council.
Yeah, but Mark, I'm asking about an additional clause that really doesn't have to be marked out, a sunset to dusk.
We can absolutely put that in the ordinance.
For all streets, because if there's gonna be open up parking and it's just limited parking, we don't want people, 12 o'clock parking their cars down there and causing, disturbance to the neighborhoods and stuff. So yeah, I would like to see that applied to all of the streets as well.
Susan,
All
you
right,
meant
thanks.
Susan, you meant sunset to dawn, right?
Yeah, oh, sorry, yes. That's dawn. Yeah.
Surf's up.
Is that a typical, Chief, you might be able to answer this best. I don't know if I've really seen that kind of wording on a street sign in town, sunset till dawn. Isn't it
No, it's
normally?
usually
Well,
It's like
it's
a
usually
time.
it's usually by time.
by hours, yeah.
Yeah, it's usually like 10 p.m. to 5 a.m.
So
Yeah,
the
well,
wording
you
of
know,
the time, it doesn't, but I think
mean-
to have something in there.
On every street.
well, for one thing, a lot of people who go fishing, they'll get down there, before the sun comes up. So we get the sun up rally and the sundown rally, when there's fish down there. So a lot of fishermen either go late in the day or early in the morning. So
Still, I'd
maybe-
just like to consider it for the
sure, I
neighborhoods.
understand. I totally understand. You don't want people checking up down there all night and, pulling down there with their
Yeah,
camp.
yeah.
I totally agree.
Yeah, I mean,
It's a no overnight
yeah,
parking
I mean,
situation.
I don't care what the wording is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, chief, when they look at that, they can decide time or they wording and Mark can, add it, but in some protection to the neighborhood so that people aren't, down there in the middle of the night parking.
We're in
and, you know.
agreement. We're in agreement, Susan.
We can amend this before we vote on it to add that time restriction.
All right.
Okay. So we'll definitely do that before we vote, and we'll do that for all three. And if it gets approved by the council. But for this item, so this is for Connet. Let's see. Just kind of a reminder as we look back on this. It is a year and a half in the making. Me and Patrick introduced this, essentially this proposal or close to it, way back when with the last council. We've gone through multiple iterations. We've taken a lot of public comment, and we have landed on what I think we all agree is a compromise. We heard the residents in the neighborhood didn't want gravel, so for now, we removed the gravel from this proposal or from this ordinance. We've heard that public safety is the biggest concern from the residents. So what we've done is made it so now it is more likely that people will park on one side of the road as opposed to being on both sides of the road and really clogging up that road. Because we know that people are going to go there and park there no matter what. They'll do it and they'll get a ticket, whether it's right or wrong. Is it possible to enforce no parking there around the clock? So what we're doing is now formalizing it and really getting all cars onto one side, and that should make it safer. So if safety is the issue, this is the realistic way to improve those conditions. And I do consider this to be a family-friendly policy, since that came up as well. I understand that there are the families in that neighborhood, just like there's families in my neighborhood, and you can park in the street in my neighborhood. But we've heard from people who talk about taking their 9-year-old daughter down to that area to teach her how to surf. In Narragansett, we have lost a lot of family-friendly things, especially in the off-season. We used to have a movie theater in the pier. We used to have a roller rink. What is there really to do with young kids in the fall and the winter in Narragansett? This is one thing you could do. You could take your kids down there, but do you want to go down there and park on Ocean Road and try to cross that road with a little kid and two surfboards? So we need to think about the whole town and the families across the town, and not just the families in one area, because it's not just out-of-towners that go and use that area. It's also a lot of people that live in Narragansett that like to go surf down there or fish down there, or just go park and read a book in their car down there for an hour. So I do consider it to be in line with, improvement of quality of life for everybody in Narragansett. So why don't we go to the public? Dan, who do we have first?
First is Holly.
Holly, please state your full name and address. And so this is specific to Connet Ave, so please speak on the motion at hand. We will have motions on Pilgrim and Luis as well.
Holly's on mute.
Yeah, we'll just give her a second, see if she can get off mute. All right, Holly, any luck over there? We can try again. So Dan, why don't we move on to the next one and we'll come back to Holly.
Okay, next is Deanna DeRizzo.
Hi, Deanna, please state your full name and address.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Thank you so much. My name is Dina DeRuzzo. I'm on 18 Louise Avenue. First of all, I just want to speak to Councilmember Murray. You've never answered my emails. So I don't think you're resident friendly. President Pugh, I'm sorry, but you've answered my email with a blanketed email in the past. And I understand you just spoke about a 9-year-old wanting to surf. And I don't think that's a fair comment to make when you're not thinking about all residents, because we want safety for all residents. So it's not about people walking down from Ocean Drive to the right of ways in our neighborhood. So first of all, I want to thank the neighborhood for seeing that Nichols should have no parking on either side of the street. Also, thank you for keeping Caleb with current parking restrictions, because that is not on the motion. However, it would be nice to see that road paved because it's an absolute disaster. Our focus is to, however, seems to be with this town council that they ran on the library cause for the residents, and they're not protecting residents. They only ran on the library cause. Our number one priority is on safety. Safety concerns are number one for the Point Judith residents on Louise Avenue, Conant, and Pilgrim. Emergency vehicles and school buses cannot pass these roads in our neighborhood when cars are parked on either side of the road. This was specifically demonstrated by the Narragansett Fire Department's video back in 2019. I suggest all council members view that video again. It clearly shows that there is no space for street parking. This is not about privilege. This is about safety on both sides of the road. Signs have been placed there since 1978, and someone spoke on the previous motion saying that additional signs are posted. That is untrue facts. The town council cannot dismiss the signage since this was placed there for safety purposes. Who has designated the north side or the south side of the streets of Louise, Pilgrim, and Conant? Why is one a priority over another? What is the reasoning when there are privately owned lots that are not with a house currently on, that people have a right to park in front of their own lots, whether there's a house there or not? Should parking be allowed in front of their lots to people who don't own those lots? Where do the people who own those lots get to park? Why don't they have a priority to park in front of their own lots? What if people are parked in front of their own of those lots that don't belong there, and the people who own those lots deserve to park there? What are the rights of the lot owners? Have they been contacted? Why is the newly elected council listening to complaints and offering support to non-residents rather than residents and taxpayers? You call it a compromise, but why is the council about helping special interest groups such as developers, landlords, surfers, and not resident owners? I don't feel like I've been heard by the council, even though I have emailed and spoke at numerous meetings. Littering and indecent exposures.
We are.
Okay, I'll be right there. Are two other major issues.
Dan, who do we have next?
Next, we have AMK Waters.
Hi, Anne, please state Anne Marie, please state your full name.
Yes,
and address.
Anne Marie Colleen Waters, and I'll be brief. I apologize. I did not know about the 3 minutes the last time.
No, that's fine.
So there is a school bus stop on Conant and Central. There are 3 children right now who get the bus there daily, and that's where you guys want to put parking. The Conant, the road Conant is about 300 feet long. The choice is between allowing surfers to park on Conant or to move the school bus to Ocean Road. So with all respect, Ms. Kopech, you said that Ocean Road is unsafe, but your motion to put parking on Conant will likely result in moving the school bus stop to Ocean Road. So the surfers can come intermittently on a daily, weekly, or monthly basis once in a while and have a safe passage to the water. And yet the children from Monday through Friday who need the school bus will ultimately be pushed to waiting on Ocean Road for their school bus. There's also a school bus stop on the corner of Louise and Caliph, and then there's children on Pilgrim. And now I understand, Mr. Murray, that you were lamenting in the good old days, which I often do, about how there was no trouble. But I think there are families now that live down here. This was once a fishing village, and these were all beach shacks and fishing shacks, but now they're homes to families and small children. And while we're trying to do what's safe, I think that the safety of the children with increased traffic and distracted surfers parking in these tiny streets while the children are trying to ride their bikes and play kickball in the streets, I think that's being highly overlooked. Now, Ocean Road has a speed limit of 25 miles per hour. So that road should be safe. And I think that it's, what could be the word? Kind of, we're giving up if we're saying, oh, Ocean Road is unsafe. Ocean Road is a 25 mile per hour road. If it's unsafe, it's because people are breaking the law. So it sounds like we can enforce that speed limit, make Ocean Road safer, instead of abandoning Ocean Road and the safety of Ocean and moving high levels of parking into residential areas. Let's make Ocean Road safer and make it slower, put a speed bump if we can. And then people can park along Ocean. No one's parking in front of anybody's houses. The children can safely get the school bus and ride their bikes and play in front of their houses. And it's a win-win. The trek between Ocean and Conant, it's at less than 100 feet. It's just as close. And so we're neglecting an opportunity along beautiful Ocean Road. There are no houses along it, and it's 25 miles per hour. So there's no reason that Ocean shouldn't be as safe or safer, ultimately will be a safer solution than putting cars and traffic on Conant and Louise and Pilgrim, where little children catch the bus and ride their bicycles. So I really think that we should look at enforcing the speed limits and making Ocean Road safer. And then it's 2 problems solved. We have a safe Ocean Road where people can walk along that. And we have plenty of ample parking that's not in front of residents' houses, nor will affect the safety of children getting the school bus or emergency vehicles coming down the streets to help any residents in need.
Thank you, Anne Marie.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dan, who do we have next?
Next is Sydney Ghazi.
Sydney, please state your full name and address, and if you could stick to 3 minutes, we'd appreciate it.
I promise I will be very quick. Sydney Ghazi, 35 Caliph Ave, and I'm going to be specific to the Conant Ave motion that you have before you. I would like to know how many parking spots you have deemed acceptable for the south side, because from my understanding, there's homes there and there's driveways and there's the major intersection for the kids to get the bus. So I'm very, very concerned about the Conant. I appreciate the Pilgrim, but now I need the Nichols, but now I need to understand the Conant, because that's the main access to the right of way. So how many spots do you guys have planned for that spot in particular? Thank you.
Thank you, Sydney. We will address that before we vote. Dan, who's next?
Next is Seahorse Properties.
Hi, please state your full name and address.
Martin Etten, 24 Caliph Avenue. I actually misunderstood when we were talking earlier on about Nichols, so I applaud what you've done in that regard. And I wish you would apply the same sense of purpose when dealing with Conant. I also want to applaud Patrick Murray and Susan for raising issues in this meeting pertaining to time constraints on the parking, to various other issues relating to safety. And as I did ask earlier, it seemed you consulted with Public Works on Nichols, but you haven't consulted with any state or other authorities regarding these other streets. But I sense a greater sense of understanding of the complexity of this matter than I thought was evident in this first meeting. So thank you, Susan. Thank you, Patrick, for applying your minds. But going forward, I would wish you to take further time in investigating these. It's not something that you can just pass random or because it's a compromise or because to get something just done with. It's not about that. It's a very serious matter. The officer reiterated that there's a 25-foot distance required. I don't understand on what authority or on what evidence, on what information you people chose to designate the south side of one road and the north side of another road. I asked you before, please tell us what you've done in researching the matter and tell us on what that was based. I think you're on the right path, but compromise is not the way we expect you to deal with matters. We expect you to apply your mind impartially, intelligently, and for the benefit of the people that live in the area, but also for those who are entitled to access. So you're rushing to judgment. Please review the matter again more carefully, because I promise you that if you go ahead and make these or pass these resolutions, there's going to be not only a lot of debate about it, but people are not going to be happy, and we're going to have to take whatever recourse we can to stop this madness of implementing a resolution which has not been properly researched. So thank you for your time. And Jesse, as far as I'm concerned, you have not addressed the concerns that we have as owners, like Susan and Patrick seem to have done, and Eva, who's taken the trouble to write a letter. You haven't bothered to correspond with us or deal with us. You seem hell-bent on pushing this resolution. I understand you gave an undertaking to certain people when you were looking to be elected, but it's for the whole community that you should be at.
Thank you. All right, so we will need to vote to extend. We're pretty used to
I'll
this.
make a motion to extend the meeting 15 minutes.
All right, is there a second?
Susan Cicilline
I'll
Bonanno.
second. I'll
Seconded
second.
by Deb, all in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Deb?
Eva.
Oh, Eva,
Adjournment,
sorry.
yeah.
Yeah.
Getting late.
The piles moved. All right, Deb.
What am I doing? Yeah, yes, I approve. I agree.
All right, Patrick?
Aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved, 5-0. Dan, who do we have next?
Next is Avon Durfee.
Avon, please state your full name and address.
Avon Durfee, 221 Sunnybrook Farm Road. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Coastal access has been a pretty big topic around the world. When you voted to create the Coastal Access Improvement Committee and voted to look into expanding vehicular access to public rights-of-way, it was noticed by many. Local newspapers and even NPR did a story. The progress the council has made here in these meetings is being noticed, and it shows that they are doing the right thing. People are watching, people are talking, and people are getting re-engaged in our government. I've heard my peers become more and more interested in our government recently. They're excited that their government is doing something for the people, not for special interests. I hope we are able to keep up this positive trend. We are at the forefront of the coastal access debate. Although we are moving in the right direction, I hope that this is just the beginning. I hope that we continue to look at this area and other rights of way and continue to right the wrongs. Although I would have been excited to have parking restored to what it was just a few years ago, having part of our parking back is a start. Parking used to be allowed on both sides of Pilgrim Ave along a 100-yard stretch of road with no homes on either side just a few years ago. And it was all mysteriously taken away with no opportunity for the citizens to have a say or even be notified. That is a fact. I hope free parking is eventually restored on both sides. We cannot rely on private parking lots owned by businesses and dangerous state roads such as Ocean Road. The double standards of many residents of the area is highlighted by the landscapers and construction workers who are constantly parked in the same locations we are trying to allow parking at, such as Conant. We are moving in the right direction by buying back half of what was allowed back then. These spots have been researched for almost a year and a half, and these resolutions have been thought out for years before they came here tonight. I hope to see, at some point, any encroachment onto public property removed completely. If parking is not allowed on these streets, access to our coasts will deplete, and generations from now, we will not be able to have any access at all. Throughout Rhode Island, throughout the East Coast, and throughout the world, access to the ocean is being whittled away. Thank you for hearing the needs of the millions of Rhode Islanders and all Narragansett residents and being on the forefront of reversing this negative trend.
Thank you, Raven. Dan, who do we have next?
Next is Carol.
Carol, please state your full name and address.
Carol LeClaire, 14 Louise Avenue. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Carol.
Okay. I'm on Louise Avenue, across the street from my house and Dina's house. That land is wetlands. You can look at the vegetation there. I'm not sure how you're going to infringe on wetlands to have cars parking there. And whoever voiced the fact that there was parking on both sides of those streets, I've owned my house since 1991, and there has never been people parking on Louise Avenue. So that was a total false statement. And I have many people that come, they have children, they ride their bikes. I walk, people from Breakwater walk, they have access there. There happens to be a town beach that the surfers certainly have all the off-season time to take their surfboards to, park at the town beach. They have that available to them. I think there's many, many places that they can go and they can park. And I didn't originally complain about the surfers, but you cannot make the space in wetlands. And that is definitely there. I'd like you all to take a ride down past my house and look at the wetland reeds that are growing there. Have all of you been down there? Have you looked to see where the wetlands are? I'm finished.
All right, thank you, Carol. Dan, it looks like we have one person left.
You're correct. Next is Kay Morgan.
Kristen, please state your full name and address.
Christine Morgan, 44 Caliph. I just wanted to, I was hoping that the council could clarify something. I've been hearing a lot of things back and forth about restoring parking that used to be there on both sides of the road. And it's my understanding that whether the signage fell down or not, that there was never legal parking on those streets. It may have been overlooked in the past or not enforced, but it is my understanding that it was always illegal, and that the changes that, like another neighbor stated, that there are more families down there now, and that it's just become more of an issue. But I'm wondering if you have the information and you could share that in your final remarks about whether or not parking was taken away, or are we restoring something that was never there? Just because it seems to be something that hasn't been cleared up. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll get an answer on that before we vote. Dan, looks like Alice just put her hand up.
Correct.
All right, Alice, please state your full name and address.
My name is Alice Volosky and my address is 38 Caliph Avenue. And I just want to echo what many people have already said in the past. My largest concern is safety. And when there's a big surge or there's a lot of people parking on the street, it's very difficult, if not impossible, to get emergency vehicles in our neighborhood. And if there's a fire, a medical emergency, such as a heart attack, someone taking a seizure, having a major injury, it's going to be very difficult to get to them in a timely fashion. And that is my biggest concern. And to me, that is more important than somebody surfing. I think there's a lot of neighborhoods where people can surf. The town beach has a really nice surfing area. And I know in the past you've talked about young children having access, people who are handicapped having access. I don't think the rocks of Caliph are the best place. You've got a nice town beach where there's parking and a lot easier access to the surfing area.
Thank you,
And where you
Alice.
have infrastructure for people to be.
Thank you, Alice.
Thank you.
All right. So that looks like that's it for public comments. We have a few minutes before we have to extend. Let's just go around for last thoughts. If we wanted to make an amendment, we could do that. Susan, if you want to do the amendment for the hours on the signs, I have the wording for that.
Yeah, so I just like to include in the, in the ordinance, limited parking. I don't know if we leave it up to the chief to go down there and do something morning to night, or we want to decide as a group, but definitely want to have some restrictions on that.
How about,
Sunset.
how about no overnight parking?
Okay.
Why don't we just do, so right now it says parking is permitted on the south side of Conant Ave from Osha Road to the end of the access point. We could just change that to say parking is permitted from 5:01 a.m. to 9:59 p.m. on the south side of Conant Ave.
Yeah, that's good. That's specific.
And then that means it's not permitted during those, from 10 to 5.
So
Does that make sense?
Can you say that again, Jesse?
So the ordinance would read, parking is permitted from 5:01 a.m. on the south side of Conant Ave from 5:01 a.m. to 9:59 p.m. on the south side of Conant Ave. So basically no overnight from 10 to 5. Because the ordinance says where it's permitted, not where it's not permitted.
Is that what the sign's actually going to say? Or just the
Well, we
ordinance?
have the ordinance. Yeah, it's attached.
No, I'm saying the signage. It's going to have 5:01 to.
No. The sign would
okay.
Say 10 to 5.
No parking from 10 to 5.
Right.
Okay.
10 p.m. to 5 a.m.
10 p.m.
But the
5
ordinance talks about when
Okay.
parking.
All right, I understand. Thank you.
That'll work. I'm good
Yeah,
with
I
it.
think that's a good amendment.
10's a little late, isn't it? I mean, it's even in the the height of the summer, it gets dark by 9 o'clock. I would.
Yeah, I mean, we're just based it off of what the chief said they normally do, but we could make it 9. It doesn't really. I don't have a strong feeling.
All right, then let's make it 9 because that's a compromise. I think that's good. 9 o'clock.
All right.
Let's
Mark.
make that the amendment.
Mark, is that wording okay?
That wording's fine. I can incorporate it.
Okay. All right.
Thanks, Mark.
Do you want me to make the amendment? Or I can make it. So a motion to amend the ordinance to read, parking is permitted from 5:01
1
a.m.
a.m.
to 8:59 p.m. on the south side of Conant Avenue from Osha Road to the end of the access point.
I'll move that motion.
All right. Is there a
Should
second?
it? Well, yeah.
But did you want to say something, Patrick?
Well, shouldn't it read no parking from 10 PM to 5 PM?
Yeah, he's just saying
Or
that's
nine-
gonna
9
be in the
PM.
ordinance.
That's what the sign will say.
Yeah, okay. All
Yeah,
right,
so he,
got it.
yeah, all right, so
Understood.
you second Patrick, right?
Sure, why not? I think I'm better with 10, but let's just go with 9. And
Okay,
some poor guy's trying to put his stuff in the trunk. He's there at 9:01. Well, okay.
All right, so Dan, looks like we have a hand up for public comment
Okay.
on the amendment.
First is Nate Merrill.
Nate, please state your full name and address.
Nate Merrill, 186 South Whedon Road, South Kingstown, Rhode Island. I'm not going to repeat myself on the rest. I would suggest checking with the residents there on the overnight parking restrictions. They're hosting a party. I can imagine it being a big negative for the local residents to have. I personally don't want to park overnight. So instead of the hours, having something that says no overnight parking and letting the police decide what overnight is and camping is might be better for the locals. And it brings up another point is the locals there do use the roads and do park vehicles on it, which is why the safety arguments are a little disingenuous. And I wouldn't want to see them get harassed just hosting a 4th of July party or something like that.
Thanks, Nate. Dan, who else do we have?
Next is Sydney Ghazi.
Sydney, please state your full name and address.
Sydney Ghazi, 35 Caliph Ave. Once again, it almost sounds that this motion has already been approved and done, but I ask again, how many spots are you proposing on Conant on the south side? From what I understand and from what I see as a resident there, we have Central Ave and then we have homes there. How many parking spots have you approved on that street from Ocean Road down to the right of way?
3, 4.
Thank you. So just a reminder, so this is specifically on the amendment. I will say, we're not designating a specific amount of spots. It's parking allowed on the south side of that road. We'll follow all the standards in terms of setbacks at the intersections and at driveways. So that was touched on by the police chief earlier. So any intersection, including down the middle of that road, there'll be a 25-foot setback, and then people can't park in front of people's driveways. So,
I appreciate that, Jesse. And if I can just say one more thing, based on the previous person that spoke, when it comes to residents living there with 4th of July parties, we figure it out and we park and find ways and ask our neighbors if we can park in driveways and so forth. So that was this disingenuous comment. I don't think really participates in this conversation. So thank you.
Thank you, Sydney. Dan, who do we have next?
Next, we have Dina DeRizzo.
Dina, please state your full name and address.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you so much. My name is Dina DeRuzzo, 18 Louise Avenue. I just want to piggyback on what Sydney Ghazi just said. I also disagree with that previous speaker who said about residents parking on the street. The residents in our neighborhood have never parked illegally. We have always followed the signs that have said no parking. We ask each other in our neighborhood if we can park in each other's driveways. We have never parked illegally. Any one of you council members could take a drive down in our neighborhoods on all of the streets, Caliph, Nichols, Conant, and Pilgrim, and Louise, and you will see no one ever parks illegally who's a resident of the neighborhood. So I want you to, that it would be very helpful to disregard that previous speaker's comments. And again, there was another speaker who spoke about access to the to surfing and right-of-ways. I'm going to reiterate, as I continuously do, no one has ever blocked the right-of-ways for surfers or anyone, fishermen, to enjoy the right-of-ways in our neighborhoods. We have 3 right-of-ways in our neighborhood. It is a peaceful, quiet neighborhood. And again, surfing and going to the right-of-ways does not always permit that parking is free. And again, I highly recommend that the town council investigate parking and sidewalks that I would love to enjoy to walk to the lighthouse, to be investigated so that parking and the sidewalks could be posted in a more safely manageable area. And I agree with another resident who spoke about the guidelines about speeding on Ocean Drive, because I walk on that road all the time and there is speeding back and forth. And not to broad brush surfers, there's always people riding back and forth with surfboards on their cart and they're speeding. And I have asked them with my hand gestures to slow down. So I think that needs to be investigated by both our police force and our town council members, that road be more engaged with policing and that the speed limit be observed, because it is unsafe for both breakwater residents and the residents of the Point Judith community with these streets involved in the motions, that we don't feel safe there walking on Ocean Drive because of the speeding going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Dina. So we're on the amendment, which is the amendment to restrict the parking to from 5 a.m. to 9 p.m. So any public comment should be on the amendment specifically. Thank you. Dan, who's next?
Next is Seahorse Properties.
Please state your full name and address.
It's Martin Etten from 24 Caliph. I want to thank you for this amendment. It's certainly helpful and constructive, but what I also want to know is, in the absence of telling us how many parking bays, we still don't have any understanding why and what authority or what made you choose the south side of the road as opposed to the north side of the road. Is there some technical reason for that? Is there some evidence you've had from some state authorities? Have you done any research in this regard? So not only for Caliph, my question, which has gone unanswered, why on the south side road and not on the north side of the roads? Thank you.
Thank you. Dan, who's next?
Next is Paula Darren.
Paula, please state your full name and address.
I'm gonna pass.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we need to extend actually. Is there a motion to extend?
I'll make a motion to extend 15 minutes. Susan Cicilline Bonanno.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second. Deb Kopeck.
All right, all in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Eva Drzezinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Patrick?
Aye.
Trustee Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. All right, we are going to call the vote on the amendment. So this is specifically on the amendment. All in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Eva Drzezinski, aye.
Deb?
Kopeck, aye.
Patrick?
Patrick Murray, aye. I just want to make a comment. Maybe Sean, the chief of police there, Corrigan, can put special attention at the intersection of Central and Conant, where that bus actually stops, and maybe pull back a little bit if that bus needs more room to turn around or whatever they do to pick up these kids, that maybe we might lose a parking space, but certainly at his discretion. I don't think we have to amendment. I mean, just good common sense practice.
I
Thank
can
you.
mention it to Public Works.
Correct.
Do you vote? You voted yes, right?
Yes.
Okay. Trustee Pugh, aye. Motion to amend approved 5-0. Now the main motion, all in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Deb, Eva?
Ava Drzezinski, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Patrick.
Patrick Morat,
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Number 14, a motion to introduce, read, pass, and accept the first reading, a resolution amending the official list of parking restrictions and regulations of the town of Narragansett in accordance with the Narragansett Code of Ordinances to regulate parking on Pilgrim Ave. Is there a motion?
Yep, Pilgrim Ave?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'll move the motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. So I'm just going to start this off real quick and introduce an amendment so that we can take care of that right now. So is that okay with everyone? Speak
Yes.
up.
Yep.
Okay. So a motion to amend the ordinance to read parking is permitted from 5:01 a.m. to 8:59 p.m. on the north side of Pilgrim Avenue from Ocean Road to the end of the access point. Is there a motion for that?
I'll move the motion. Susan Cicilline Bonanno.
Is there a
Second.
All right,
second,
second by
let's go,
Patrick.
let's go.
All right, I'm gonna go right to public comment. If anyone from the council wants to speak on it first, just let me know right now.
No, okay.
First is Harrison Quinlan.
All right, Harrison, please state your full name and address.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
My name's Harrison Quilliam. I live at 122 Indian Trail. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I've looked at some of the town maps and have noticed that on Pilgrim Ave, it looks as if some houses are encroaching on public land. These people have taken public land, yet they complain about the public parking on property that they do not even own. Some houses have expanded their footprint, their driveways, and gardens into public land and are now objecting to increased parking on land that they do not get taxed on. The facts are all there. I hope that the town takes back what's rightfully owned by the people and increases parking on the public land that these homeowners have intruded upon. I would also like to touch upon the point that properties on these roads have been expanded onto wetlands, which contradicts the argument that parking cannot be expanded onto wetlands. Additionally, whether or not parking was allowed there before, it was not enforced previously, and we are now being penalized for parking in an area where we were previously allowed to park. If you understand surfing, don't say that we can surf at the town beach. The rock break in Point Judith is for advanced surfing. The beach break at the pier is meant for beginners, which is often overcrowded by these beginners. Thank you.
Harrison. Dan, who do we have next?
Next is Seahorse Properties.
Please state your full name and address.
Martin Etchen, 24 Caliph Avenue. Seeing that no one seemed fit to answer my question why the parking is allowed in this instance on the north side and not the south side, I was wondering whether any of you had considered on the east or west side of the roads. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan, who do we have next?
Next is Dina DeRuzzo.
Dina, please state your full name and address.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you so much. My name is Dina DeRuzzo. I'm at 18 Louise Avenue. Once again, I want to thank the council for seeing that Nichols should have no parking on either side of the street. Also, I want to thank you for keeping Caliph current parking restrictions. However, there seems to be a focus on the library rather than protecting residents. There are still safety concerns that are our number one concern for Point Judith residents in Louise Avenue, Conant, and Pilgrim. Emergency vehicles and school buses cannot pass these roads in our neighborhood when cars are parked on either side of the roads. This was specifically demonstrated by the Narragansett Fire Department video back in 2019. I suggest all council members view that video again. It clearly shows there is no space for street parking on either sides. Signs have been placed since 1978. The town council cannot dismiss the signage since it was placed there for safety purposes. I also want to reiterate what other residents have spoken about. Who has designated the north side or the south side of the streets for parking rights? Why is one priority over another? Why is the reasoning when there are privately owned lots that people have a right to park in front of their own lot? Should parking be allowed in front of their lots? Where do they get to park if non-residents or people who don't live there get to park there? What are the rights of the lot owners? Have they been contacted? Why is the newly elected council listening to complaints and offering support to non-residents rather than residents and taxpayers? Why is the council about helping special interest groups like developers, landlords, and surfers and not resident parkings? I also want to comment on the littering and indecent exposure are two other important major issues. There are many people who undress in the streets, and we have pictures to prove that. Should the town council want us to email any of those photos for evidence, please let us know, and we will send you those photos of people undressing in the streets and littering. Both erosion and wildlife endangerment and encroachment on issues due to the size of the streets are also an issue. With parking allowed, residents and taxpayers will have their private property encroached upon. I have asked surfers to take their surfboards off of my property. That is trespassing and invasion of privacy. I'm going to reiterate that Ocean Road parking and adding sidewalks is a viable solution. Also, surfers, let it be reminded to the town council that surfing is a sport and a hobby. Those who choose to surf should understand that they have to be in good athletic shape in order to walk to places where there may not be parking provided. There has never been an issue in the Point Judith area on any of the streets in these motions, Louise, Connet, Pilgrim, Caleb, Nichols, Central, regarding access and enjoyment to the right-of-ways. Surfers surf there freely. This is a matter of people parking illegally under the signage. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Dan, who do we have next?
Next, we have Catherine Ciliberto.
Catherine, please state your full name and address.
Catherine Celebrato, 48 Earls Court. The last time these motions were on the agenda, there was a finite number of parking spaces that were going to be freed up. And I haven't heard any numbers yet. How many parking spaces will there be on each of these streets? Number one. And number two, I'm not sure what's going on with this emergency access thing. If parking is allowed on one side of each of these streets, does that mean a fire truck or a rescue can't actually get down that street? Can't get down Connet? What are they supposed to do? Park at the corner, run down the street with a stretcher to get somebody in who needs assistance? I'm not quite understanding that part of it. So I wish somebody would elaborate. And the other thing is there are other rights of ways in this town, and I want to know if each one of them is going to be evaluated in this way, and if there is going to be parking or access at each one of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Dan, who do we have next?
Next, we have Steve.
Steve, please stay. Actually, Steve, before you speak, we're just going to do a motion to extend.
I'll make a motion to extend 15 minutes, Susan Cicilline Bonanno.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second this time.
Seconded by Eva, all in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick?
Aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Just want to make one point because I know it keeps coming up. Maybe this will save us a little bit of time during public comment. When we initially proposed parking in this neighborhood, we had specifically designated areas that we were going to gravel, that were going to be graveled off the road a bit to allow cars to pull off a little bit more. And that's why we did an estimated number of spots. It was a specific area. We estimated the average car size and said this was going to be an estimated number of spots. We've moved off that proposal and we're doing each side of the street. Cars are all different sizes. So we're not going to designate, or we're not going to estimate the entire side of the road and how many cars that'll fit. So that is that. It's a side of the road, not a number of spots. All right, Steve, go ahead. If you could state your full name and address if you want to speak.
Unmute.
Hello,
Us.
council members.
There you go.
Stephen Ferrandi, Route 44 Sylvan Road. Thanks for taking my call.
We can't hear you that well, Steve. Can you
Can you hear
turn
me
it
all
up?
right?
No.
A little bit light.
All right, looking at this, I just have some
All right.
observations about. I can understand, the parking, but Nichols Avenue, from what I can see is what I've heard, this is kind of the worst street on that area. So you're gonna allow like parking on one side of the other 2 or 3 streets, and then I guess the goal is Nichols will be the right of way for the big fire truck to get in there. Well, that's gonna be your worst street. So, there's some kind of a conundrum here, but I mean, maybe you should rethink the safety issue a little bit and consider a little bit more about safety. And if you still want to try to cobble something out about parking, study it a little bit further to make sure that that's the right alternative to run all your fire apparatus down the so-called worst street. And I understand why there shouldn't be parking on it to get to all the areas of the neighborhood when you have access on Ocean Road to get to those other streets. That would be quicker for a fire apparatus. So that's just some observations that I had. So that's all the comments I had. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Dan, who do we have next?
Next, we have Dolores Zampa.
Dolores, please state your full name and address.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, Dolores Zampa. I live at 51 Caliph Avenue, Narragansett, a full-time resident. I agree with everyone who has spoken this evening regarding safety in this area. I was here Sunday afternoon with the small storm that we had, and there was a fire truck that was on Caliph Avenue. I believe it came up Conant and took a right onto Caliph Avenue. It took practically the whole street of Caliph Avenue, and when it finally left the house that it was at, it traveled down Caliph Avenue, and I stood outside and watched how there was no room on Caliph, which is a wider street. There still has been really no answer to how many parking spaces we're talking about on Louise, on Conant, and on Pilgrim. And on Pilgrim, I've noticed that there are many test holes on the right side of the street, which leads me to believe that there will be building houses there or attempting to build houses. I know we are surrounded by wetlands. I would really like to understand what the restrictions are, and allowing parking on these side streets is going to be hazardous to the neighbors, both children, families, and I agree with the school buses. I've seen the school buses come down. It's dangerous. It's dangerous. And in the summertime, when people are here with their families, they're parking in their own areas. I firmly disagree, and I would hope that there would be further study before everything is approved. And you find that you go down Conant or you go down Louise, and you're only allowed maybe 2 or 3 parking spaces. It's just a lot of work for nothing. And not even to mention the restaurants on the corner of Ocean Road, that in the summertime, people park on Ocean Road, and guaranteed they will be parking down all the side streets. There's going to be a new restaurant that's going to be opening up. And I just think that this should be looked at further. No further comments.
Thank you. Dan, who do we have next?
Next, we have Sydney Ghazi.
Sydney, please state your full name and address.
Hi, it's Sydney Ghazi, 35 Caliph. I know I've been on here a lot tonight, but I have to reiterate that I could not agree more that this area is inundated with cars. And I know I'm a broken record when I say I want to know how many parking spaces. And I know, Jesse, you gave a great understanding to figure out that every car doesn't match a specific standard, but it's really important because cars are people, and that is over inundating our neighborhood. So if you can help us understand what exactly you're looking to put in on our streets. One of my neighbors also said that I couldn't agree more. What designates north to a south side? It makes no sense to us. We live there day in and day out, so we don't understand what the decision marker was that you chose, or the plan that you used to figure out north and south. And my neighbor also said there is a new restaurant going in, and this is a congested area to begin with on a slow day. So please, please, please come stay on my porch, watch it on a surf day. I invite you all to see what this looks like. This is not easy for a neighborhood. And I also wanted to tack on to one of my other neighbors that said, what does that mean to other neighborhoods out there that have right-of-ways access? And is this going to be a universal thing going forward? This is not an infrastructure thing for everything. It's for many things. Yes, I agree. But in small little neighborhoods, this is a one-size-fits-all. We have to figure this out for our neighbors, our residents, and our families that live there. Thank you.
Thank you, Sydney. Dan, who is next?
Next is Mary.
Mary, please state your full name and address.
10 2nd Street, Narragansett, Rhode Island. Just a couple of small things. I know someone keeps mentioning that has something to do with the library. This has nothing to do with the library. It's to do with people having ocean access and be able to park near the ocean access for surfing, for fishing, for just viewing the ocean. And also, there's been a couple of comments that you don't want people parking in front of your house. Anywhere in the state of Rhode Island, people are allowed on a public road, people are allowed to park on your street. And not blocking your driveway, but certainly can park in front of your house. And it's always been that way. So I'm not sure why people are mentioning that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Dan, did Dina speak yet on this one?
Yes.
I believe so, yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So this is a vote for the amendment that added in the time restriction. So all in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Eva Drushinsky, aye.
Deb?
Kopic, aye.
Patrick?
Patrick Murray, aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Now the vote on the main motion, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Eva Drushinsky, aye.
Deb?
Kopic, aye.
Patrick?
Patrick Murray, aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Number 15, a motion to introduce, read, pass, and accept as a first reading a resolution amending the official list of parking restrictions and regulations in the town of Narragansett in accordance with the Narragansett Code of Ordinances to regulate parking on Louise Ave. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion. Susan Cicilline Bonanno.
Is there a second?
A second.
All right. Seconded by Eva. Does anyone object to me making the amendment?
No,
on the
go ahead.
times? Okay.
Please.
All right. This would be an amendment to the ordinance to read, parking is permitted from 5:01 a.m. to 8:59 p.m. on the south side of Louise Avenue from Ocean Road to Califf Avenue. Is there a motion for that?
I'll move the motion.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Eva. Any discussion from the council? Okay. Let's go to the.
I just want to say, I want to say one thing. I want to touch on a couple things. Been holding off I just want to address some concerns here. If you go to Google Maps of that area, they ask, well, how do we pick what side? It's just the natural evolution of where people park, pick the side. For instance, if you look at the current Google map, you'll see people parking, surface in the water, people parking on the north side of Pilgrim and on the south side of Conant. So this is how it was, the areas were more ruled out than picked one, but it was just what's been going on down there. And the other thing about Ocean Road and sidewalks, that's a state road. To put sidewalks down there and do a project of that type would take years. All right. It would take years just to get just for the state to address us back about the issue. So, I mean, it's just we're doing the best we can here, and we're trying to provide safe area for all concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. All right, Dan, let's go to the public.
First is Dina DeRusso.
Dina, please state your full name and address. This motion is on Louise.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Dina DeRusso, 18 Louise Avenue. You can hear me, correct?
We can hear you.
Thank you. Again, I want to thank the council for seeing that Nichols should have no parking on either side, and also to keep Caleb at current parking restrictions. I just want to comment what Council Member Murray just said about the, fighting for the rights of the residents for the state road. So I would love it. I don't care how many years it takes as taxpayers, and you're our town council, if you could put that motion forward for safety parking on Ocean Road and to put in sidewalks, that would be terrific. So I don't care how many years it takes. If you do that for us as a council, that would be, welcomed. I believe I can speak for the whole neighborhood. We've all been speaking on the rights to have better safety on Ocean Drive. So please go ahead and fight for that for us. Thank you. I also want to comment, as a Louise Avenue resident, those lots in the map that you posted on your agenda under the motion for Louise, the map actually shows parking. There's cars parked on the south side of my street. It has nothing to do with cars parked in front of my house, as someone spoke, as a resident spoke about that. It has to do with people's private property. The parking that shows this cars actually mapped on that picture that's shown on the motion, they're illegally parked. There's about 4 cars. They're parked on private parking. They're on private property. They're actually parked across the street from my driveway. So when I pull out of my driveway, I cannot pull out properly because someone is parked across the street on private property in those quote unquote vacant lots. They're not vacant lots. They're not only are they wetlands, but they're also owned by private property owners. I'm in contact with them. They've also emailed the council members. So you can investigate that. And that's all factual speaking here, what I'm saying. So please revisit what you're talking about for parking on those areas which you think are vacant lots. They're private property. I cannot pull out of my driveway on Louise Avenue without backing into those private areas where people actually parked in front of my driveway on those private lots. And your picture that's on the motion actually shows vehicles parked in front of my property where I can pull out on my property. So it's not wide enough for me to pull out onto Louise Avenue.
Thank you,
thank you very much. And again, I'm not going to reiterate everything I've already said, but I really would appreciate the town council to look at private property owners, even if the lot looks as if it's vacant. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan, who do we have next?
Next is Seahorse Properties, Martin Eden.
Please state your full name and address.
Yes, Martin Etten, 24 Caliph Avenue. Once again, I implore you council members to do your research on the matter, to say from a snapshot Google perspective that you've seen a car that happened at that particular time and occasion to be parked on the one side of the road and somebody swimming in the ocean at that time of day is certainly not a authoritative or intelligent way with respect to make an assessment. You council members are putting a lot of time and effort into this, and we appreciate it, but don't rush to judgment. It's a serious matter. I implore you to research it again. I implore you, you have all the expertise available. The police chief has got reservations. Susan has raised her comments. You have too, Patrick. They're not by any means exhaustive, but shows the fact that you are cognizant of issues and problems, but I don't think they've all been ventilated properly. And I think by doing more research on the matter, you would be better equipped to make a reasonable and fact-based assessment of how you should deal with it. And passing these resolutions in haste, and I don't care if it's been 12 months or 16 months in the making, is not about the time constraints. It's about applying your mind correctly, professionally, as we know you're capable of. So thank you for your time, but please do not rush ahead and just make snap decisions on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to extend 15 minutes?
I'll make the motion to extend 15 more minutes. Susan Cicilline Bonanno.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
With enthusiasm.
I know, I thought we weren't going to get a
reluctance
second.
there.
We have to end the meeting. All right. All in favor, starting with
Susan
Susan.
Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick?
Aye.
Trustee Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0.
Jesse, do you see a speaker, Paula? I think she.
Yeah, we're going to her. Yep. Dan, is Paula next?
He is next.
Oh, great.
All right,
Thanks.
Paula, please state your full name
Does
and
Terry
address.
have her hand up? Terry has her hand up.
I know, I saw that too.
Yep. Paula Darren, 15 Pilgrim Avenue.
Paula, just 1 second. We're not going to cut you off. Terry, was there something?
I don't know the answer to this, so I'll start with that. But the council may want to consider the effect of the amendments if they're significant enough that you would need to have another first reading, or if it's okay to just amend it here and then take the amended version directly to a second reading. Just something to consider before you close this out.
You're saying for the next meeting, we'll have to decide if it's going to be another first reading or if it's a second reading, right?
Correct.
All right. So, but we could talk to Mark Davis about that afterwards. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. All right, Paula, go ahead. Oh, could you please state your full name and address?
For Paula Darren, 15 Pilgrim Avenue. And I apologize, I don't know what happened, but I had my hand up when we were on Pilgrim Avenue. So if you can entertain me for a moment, since that's the street I live on.
Sure.
A couple of things. One is I did raise this issue during the last meeting when we had a public discussion. I actually did speak with Susan about this earlier today, and I actually spoke with the town manager about this relative to the map that he had sent me. I think there's a belief that when you look on Pilgrim Avenue, that the right-of-way on the north side of the street is equidistant to the right-of-way on the south side of the street. And that's not in fact the case. And if you look at the town Google map that had the parking spots on it, each one of the lots is outlined in yellow. And those yellow outlines are actually a very good representation as to where the property lines for the lots actually are. I know that because I own, my husband and I actually own 2 lots on Pilgrim, one on the south side and one on the north side. One's an empty lot, lot 113, and the other one is where our home is on 159-3. We had both lots surveyed, so I know where the pins are. Susan actually saw the pin on the lot that is the undeveloped lot. If a car parks on the shoulder of that road for lot 113, lot 111, and probably on the paper road, because 113 abuts the paper road. If you pull off the street and you park on the lawn, on the grass, you are actually parking on private property. So the right of way on the north side of Pilgrim is very thin at the Ocean Road edge of end of Pilgrim, and it widens as you go down Pilgrim. And on the south side of the street, it's very wide at the Ocean Road edge of Pilgrim, and it narrows as you go down Pilgrim. So I think that you need to look at amending the amendment even further, because you will have people parking on private property. I really don't think that's what you want to do. I asked about this in the last meeting. I asked for somebody to look into it because I was concerned about it. As I said, the town manager sent me a map today. And on that map, it is clearly evident. Susan saw where the surveyor's stakes are. So they will actually be parking on private property if they pull off of the side of the road. And I believe that the town council does not want that. I don't think you're trying to pass an amendment that tells people that they have the ability to park on private property. I think the intent was they could park on the right of way. So I tried to get this in before you passed the amendment on Pilgrim Avenue, but I wasn't, for some reason, my hand wasn't recognized. So I really would ask that somebody look into that, because I don't want it to turn into an issue of people parking on private property when I don't believe that that's what your intent was. The second point that I have is I just wanted to raise the concern that says, we've now said you can park on the north side of Pilgrim Avenue, but there's a 25-foot distance from Ocean Road that you can't park on. And then there's a 25-foot distance from Califf that you can't park on. You get to Connet, it's 25 foot from Califf, 25 feet on each side of Central, 25 feet from Ocean Road. So what do you have room for? Maybe 3 cars on Connet now? And what my fear is that it's not going to be adhered to in that way. It's going to be, there's parking on those sides of the street. And when that becomes an issue, we are still going to have very many disenfranchised surfers and fishermen. And I will tell you, I see very few fishermen. I see a lot of surfers, but we will still have very disenfranchised people. And so I don't know that at the end of the day, this solution really makes anyone happy, because clearly the homeowners in the area aren't happy. And I'm not sure that you get happy surfers when you give them a grand total of maybe 15 parking spaces. By the time you say it can't be 25 feet from an intersection, it can't be in front of anybody's driveway. Now you have this issue with it can't be in front of these lots because it's parking on private property. So it's where I wonder whether the due diligence has been done to figure out whether this is actually a solution that's going to do anything to make anybody feel good. I think the surfers are still going to be disenfranchised. I think when they come down and they think there's all this parking and now they have 13 places that they can legally park, the issue is there's way more than 13 cars of surfers that come down when you have the big storm. And all of those people are going to be disenfranchised because they're either going to illegally park and get ticketed, or they're going to have to go find someplace else to park. And so I raise it as an issue that are we going through all of this to really make nobody happy and to just disenfranchise more people? And next year, we're going to be sitting here again where the surfing and fishing community are going to have come in and complained and said, you still haven't given me ocean access because it's not nearly enough parking places to cover what they need, and there isn't a better way to do it. So I just throw that out there. But on the Pilgrim Avenue, I really am concerned that somebody needs to take a much closer look at what the right of ways are on the north side of Pilgrim and make sure that you're not setting it up so that you're telling people they can park on private property. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. Okay, so that is it for hands raised. Is everyone ready to vote on the amendment, or any other questions or concerns before we do that? Okay, all right, so all in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Kopeck, aye.
Patrick? You're muted. You're muted. There you go.
Patrick Murray, aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion to amend approved 5-0. And on the main motion, all in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Patrick?
Patrick Murray, aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. All right. Let's see where we are. All right, so that was, we had skipped ahead.
I think we're at
We are on number
7. Yeah.
Okay.
Back to 7.
We'll get this in real quick, hopefully. A motion to
Poor
approve.
Steve, you always get stuck with these late ones.
Motion to approve the contract with the University of Rhode Island Graduate School of Oceanography for shoreline mapping and analysis services for the Narragansett Town Beach in the amount of $21,696. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion happily.
Second.
All right, second by Eva. I'm going to let Steve speak on this, but we have done this in years past, I believe.
That's great.
Yes, good evening. If you just, I know it's a long night, but I just want to give you some background and just a few minutes here, a couple of minutes. The Narragansett Town Council chartered the Narragansett Town Beach Sustainability Work Group on May 19, 2014. So that was, that group consisted of a number of people, and it met for about 16 months. Recommendation topics included beach profile monitoring, dunes management, parking lot renovation, building elevations, sand replenishment, coordination with the state on long-term plans for a portion of Boston Neck Road adjacent to the town beach. Then the Woods Hole Group report in 2011 concluded that the only beach replenishment or enlargement options with a reasonable life expectancy would involve the construction of either a jetty or a groin, both of which would take considerable permitting and financial resources and would change the wave character of the beach. It's safe to assume that this level project would not be found acceptable by the town financially or aesthetically. The determination by CRMC that dredging the mouth of the Narrow River can only be undertaken as part of a habitat restoration or salt marsh resiliency project would seem to eliminate this as a potential source of sand material for beach replenishment. With sea level rise would no doubt impact the shape and size of our town beach in the future. However, the cost to build a bigger beach, higher profile and elevation may be beyond the ability of the Beach Enterprise Fund to absorb, and the life expectancy issue of any beach expansion project must be carefully considered. So the work group concluded in 2016 all of the options available in the current sand replenishment project and plan that we've been doing is affordable, particularly for the size and operation of our popular beach. And beach quality sand is readily available from local quarries, sources, easy to offload, spread on groom for the season within 2 to 3 days each year. These recommendations are also included in the town's comprehensive plan. So even though they don't match perfectly, that's what we've been doing since 2016. URI has performed 4 mobile terrestrial laser scanner surveys since 2019. One was completed in the spring of 2019 to estimate the volume of sand needed to replenish the beach prior to the summer season, and the second on September 3rd, after replenishment to document maximum volume conditions. A third survey was completed on May 14, 2020, and September 19th, 2020, after the beach season. So what URI needs is additional data to determine how much the beach survey summer recovery is due to the town's sand replenishment effort in late spring and how much is due to variations in natural conditions between years. They estimate 2 more years of twice annual data will allow us to answer these questions and allow us to provide accurate estimates of how much replenishment will be needed to maintain the beach volume moving forward in time. So we won't be having to do this for the next 10 or 15 years, but they highly recommend to do this for at least two more cycles. So it's something that we started, like I said, way back in with the Beach Sustainability Committee back in 2014. And we have this money in our Beach Enterprise Fund, and a number of people that are a lot smarter than me have recommended to do this. And, this is why it's put before you tonight.
Thank you, Steve. I appreciate the history on that.
Yeah.
Real quick, we need a motion to extend.
I'll make a motion to extend 15 minutes. Susan Cicilline Bonanno.
All
I'll
right,
second.
second by Deb. All in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva,
Yeah, Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick,
Patrick Murray,
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Yeah, thanks again, Steve. I don't know if I got that history when we voted last year, so it's good to know all of that. Why don't we go around and see if there are any comments from the council, starting with Susan.
I'm all set. Great. I'm good.
All right, Eva,
No comments. Thank you.
No, thanks, Steve. Seems like a great idea.
Patrick.
let's go, man. Let's go.
All right, I don't have any comments either. All right, we'll take the vote, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva,
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick,
Aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
Go home.
Thank you, Steve.
All right, number 8 is a motion to approve a petition from National Grid and Verizon New England to relocate pole number 2 located at 30 Othmar Street, a jointly owned pole with sustaining and protecting fixtures 20 feet east per the customer's request. Is there
I'll
a
move
motion?
the motion.
All right, is there a
Second.
second?
Second.
By Eva. Any comments from the council?
Nope.
All right, all in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva,
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick,
Patrick Murray,
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Number 9 is a motion to waive current policy and authorize the use of the miscellaneous repair and construction services contract with George Sherman Sand and Gravel Incorporated to perform replacement and repairs of the existing 12-inch storm drain on Foster Lane from Ashton Lane to Gloucester Road in the amount of $35,883, and on Davisville Lane from Ashton Lane to Gloucester Road in the amount of $45,050 for a total of $80,933. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, seconded by Eva. Any questions or comments? All right, all in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva,
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick,
Patrick Murray,
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Number 10 is from the engineering department. It's a motion to award the bid for the generator service contract to the lowest
That
bidder,
was the one I thought was weird.
the Lightship Group LLC, for a 2-year period in the amount of $9,350 for the 2021, 2022, for 2021-22, and $9,050 for 2022-23. at their hourly rates of as quoted for services not covered by this preventative maintenance contract. Is there
I'll
a
move the
motion?
motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Eva. Any comments?
Can I just ask one quick question? I'm sorry to have to do this, but I just, why are the bids so disparate? It's incredible to me how disparate they are. Sorry, John.
No, I'm still here. Yes, good evening, council members. It's just a matter of different firms that will move my screen back to where I can look in the camera at the same time. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
It will, it's just a matter of the vendors and their rates. Some people will come in and, they'll just throw a number in and hope it sticks. Like I said, a real high price for one vendor.
Yeah.
May not be familiar with the bidding environment, and a Lightship Group, they've done the contract for us for several years, and their bid is it's consistent with the other two bids for the most part. So they're familiar with the work, and they have a tendency to they'll bid a little lower on the main work, and then they know they're going to get work from us periodically through the other required maintenance that's not in part of the annual inspections.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
John. All right. Any other questions or comments from the council? All right.
Yeah, I just want to say one thing. Lightship's a good operation there. They actually work on ships. They'll go out to big ships that come in and have problems, and they'll repair their motors and pumps and stuff. So they're a very good outfit.
Well, that's good because they got a good price compared to
Sure
the other.
did, yeah. That's what I was thinking.
Glad to have them.
Made me a little
Yeah.
nervous, to be honest with you, but
I
that's
know.
good. That's good to know. Thank you.
All right. Susan, what are your thoughts on this?
I'm ready to vote on it. I'm happy with it.
All right.
Susan
Let's go ahead.
Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Yep. Deb?
No, Eva.
Oh, sorry. I gotta move you.
She's gonna get a complex, Jesse.
I know, you keep.
You're normally down here. All right.
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick?
Patrick Murray,
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. We have number 11 from the IT department is a motion to approve the phone system upgrade project with Carousel Industries in the amount of $14,975.79. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Second.
Second by Eva. Any comments from the council?
No, I'm happy they're upgrading their phone service, et cetera. It looks like it will be a good upgrade, software, et cetera. So complete faith in Dan Holland to do that.
Yep, I agree. All right, great. All right, let's go ahead and call the vote. Susan?
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick?
Patrick Murray,
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Number we did
16.
Yep. All right, this is from the town clerk's office. It's a motion to appoint/reappoint 3 individuals to the Recreation Advisory Board. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
I'd like to speak
All right,
on this.
seconded by Eva, just for the record. All right, Susie, go ahead and you can start.
So in the motion, it says there are 2 people on the rec board, Tom Warner and Paul, that are in a first term, looking for a second term for a reappointment. The third person, Tom O'Rourke, has a lot of terms in. And so I'd like to put up a name in place of Tom. I'd like to put up David Aberdezian, who is interested in serving on the Park and Rec. There are some great candidates, and I know people are anxious to get on that board, but the Tom Warner and Paul have done a term, so I'd like to see them do a second term and add a new appointment to that.
I also had a nomination as well. And that's Gina Jarama. So I think she'd be a really good addition to this board. She has young kids. She's been in town for, I think, basically her whole life or close to it. And I think we kind of need that makeup on the council is, somebody who's a little bit younger with some kids and get that perspective. Because I don't know if we have it right now. So that's someone I'm interested in nominating as well. And Dave's great too, so I'll say that. Any other thoughts from council members in terms of nominations?
No, I had them too.
What's that?
I said I had them too.
Yep.
I was I actually checked to see when I was looking at their, at the boards that people wanted to be on, how many people chose this one as number 1, 2, or 3, and they both had 2 or 3, so that was good. Because some of them, it was like some people put all of the, boards and commissions on, and this was like the last one, so.
Yep. Yeah, I know. Do you guys have like the dates of applications?
I do. Oh, I did. They're in here.
So Dave, his application's 11/2. So, so there's a lot of applicants in.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I'm just talking about the 2 that we're thinking of nominating.
About the 2 that are actually on the board.
No, sorry, between, well,
The 2
because I think we both.
The 2
we both, like,
nominations.
yeah, right. I think Gina's been in for a couple years.
Yeah. Or a year.
I have it here. So, or we can nominate both. That's the other thing. So it's totally up to the council how we want to go about this.
So I have a question, and just for clarification, because I think there may have been a disconnect with me. I have all these applications I was going through, and I thought as a council we were gonna vet all the candidates and interview, and or is that just for certain committees or councils? Just
so the way.
Mhm.
Sorry, the way. Whoa, is that? All right, the way it's been done previously is the zoning and planning board will have public interviews for new appointments. I don't think it's ever been required on any of the other committees as far as I know. So what we would typically do is if we have people that we're interested in contacting, we just individually contact them.
Okay, I was under the impression that we were doing them all the same way because I do have, so I'll just move forward with people that I want to, nominate or suggest for certain positions on other boards than if it's aside from planning. I just need clarification.
So Eva, just, in the past, you can call anytime Terry has a motion, you can call the applicants, you can interview them, you can ask them questions. And then you can come with any nominations. I mean, again, Terry's been, advertising, and me personally, I've said this before after the boards and commissions, we have applicants in all, that want to serve. So, and we haven't, we want to fill those boards. So, if there are people in the community that that really, resonate to you, then put their names forward. And I think that's important to do. Meanwhile, Terry, we are going to be working on codifying the boards and commissions language as we move forward. And I just want to remind us of that as well. Thanks.
Absolutely. Yep.
Yeah. So, well, I guess that's one thing. Eva, if you have people you're interested in nominating for this board, you could do that. If you feel like you need more time because you thought we were going to do interviews, that's fine. We could even continue.
No, I'm fine with the candidates that you're recommending. I do like Gina. She's actually going to be one of my recommendations. So, but again, there were a lot of applicants I was going through, and I just wanted to vet everybody and have the opportunity. But obviously, I do know Gina personally. So.
Okay. All right. Well, so I'll go ahead and nominate Gina for a seat as well.
So how do we do this then?
Well, that's the thing with the way that these are kind of done in these meetings. It's kind of like a free-for-all. It's always been whoever gets the name out first kind of gets that person, which I have never loved that. I don't know what a better way to go about it is. But that's the way that it happened last term when I was on. That's the way it kind of happens.
But Jesse, do we want to, on that motion, it does say those two candidates that presently serve are up for reappointment. So do we talk about that piece first, or do you think one term? And I mean, they've been contacted and they're interested in a reappointment. They serve one term. So for me, as one person on the council, we have kind of used the standard of 2 terms. And that's, even though it's not codified, we kind of have. So for me personally, I feel like Tom and Paul, since they served one, they want a reappointment. So to me, there's one open, and I would ask to reappoint those 2, and I would ask to have David Aberdeen as that 3rd. That's just.
Second.
So why don't we, before we vote, so we don't have to vote anyone down, why don't we discuss and see what the consensus is between those 2? And when we have the consensus, we can make that motion. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So Susan, your choice to nominate would be David, correct?
Yes.
All right,
I love Gina too, but I for this board, David's application looks good, and I've spoken to him.
Okay. So I like David as well. I was actually hoping he was going to apply for the Coastal Access Committee. Just greedily.
There's still time.
Maybe he will.
There's still time.
I think Gina, for me personally, I think Gina would be great on this, in this board. I think we need, she's exactly the kind of person we need. She's been trying to get on this board specifically for years. And she tried for conservation as well. So I'm gonna go with Gina, and it's no offense to Dave at all. So but my choice would be Gina.
And likewise to me, I mean, I love Gina too. I spoke with David, he was in the pile, and so I wanted to nominate him. I think he'd be an asset. So now what though?
So, well, let's just see out of this 5. So Patrick, who do you want, David?
Yeah, again, I like them both, but I think I'm gonna stick with Dave Aberdeen
All right.
for this board. And I think Gina could probably be plugged in very well over at the Coastal Access new committee.
Eva, any thoughts? This is not a vote. This is just kind of getting.
Yeah. So I really, I haven't really spoken to David. I don't really know him other than the fact that he ran for council, and I'm sure he's a great person. And he built a house down the road from me. So that's the capacity that I know him in, but I do know Gina personally, and I've gotten to know her, and I know she actually was really passionate about being on the library board, and she had applied for that, and she hadn't had the opportunity to do that. So I would like to see her on a board or committee. So yeah, I would suggest Gina.
Deb, no pressure here.
Why do you always do this to me at like 12:30? Oh, by the way, I think we need to re-up first before we do anything.
Oh, all right. A motion to extend.
I'll make the motion to extend 15 minutes. That's it.
That's
All
it.
right.
Yeah, really.
Eva?
That's it.
Or sorry, is there a second?
Yeah. Do I need to second? Yeah.
You don't- okay. Seconded by Eva. All
Susan
in favor?
Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva,
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb,
Go pick aye.
Patrick,
Murray,
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Deb, you can lose your internet right now. You never have to.
No, you know what? I think, Dan, you were the charm because it's been fine really fine all night. That's really great. I actually, I had both of these people kind of circled on my list, and I am somewhat compelled to as what Jesse said about Gina, I think it's really important. I think it's important that we get new voices on these committees, and I think it's a great idea. So I would go with Gina.
Okay. Dave does have kids too. Just something to say.
It'd be nice to see, frankly, I'm okay with the idea of a woman, sorry, Patrick. But,
hey, it's fine with me. I'm good with women on boards.
All right. I'm just,
Let's not go down that road, for God's
we're almost,
sake.
I'm almost to the diversity word, you
Whereas the
know?
last
so-
couple meetings, they've been called names. Now they're gonna start calling me,
All right.
what, a
All
sexist
right.
now? It's a
All
sexist.
right, so,
Jesus.
oh,
Alright, so
are
why don't we go?
real- Yeah,
Well, so we should go to public comment. We have one hand up, and then we can go ahead and
Dan.
take the nomination. Dan, looks like we have Win Hames.
Yep, Win Hames.
Win, please state your full name and address.
That was a mistake. I'm sorry.
All right, Win.
Thanks, Win.
All right, so I'm gonna nominate Gina Jarama for a seat on the park, Recreation Advisory Board. Is there actually, sorry, Terry, do we make these as individual motions?
Yes, please.
Okay, so a motion to nominate Gina Jarama. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Banano, I.
Eva,
Eva Drzezinski, aye.
Deb,
Where's moved on you again, didn't they? Deb Kopic, aye.
Patrick,
Well, looks like I'm gonna go with the majority here, and
Yeah.
aye, yes, congrats.
Trustee Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Congrats to Gina. All right, so we have the two other seats. Does everyone want to just do reappointments for that? Is that right?
Yes,
Okay.
Yes. Please.
before we extend.
All right, so I'll make a motion. Does anyone want to make the motion, or should I could just make them?
I'll make the motion to reappoint Tom Warner and Paul Roach to the Rec Advisory for another term for is it a 2-year term? 2 years?
Is it 2 or 3?
It's three.
Three.
It's three.
Yeah.
A 3-year term.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, all in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Banano, I.
Eva,
Eva Drzezinski, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopic, aye.
Patrick,
Aye,
Trustee Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. All right, we have number 17, a motion to direct the town manager to send a letter to RIDOT's Director of Transportation, Peter Alvin, and Tom Queenan, Chief of Planning, and the Division of Statewide Planning Associate Director Meredith Brady, and Lindsay Callahan, Assistant Chief, to advance South Pier Road for earlier road construction. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Is there a second? Second by Eva. Susan, this is your item.
Yeah, so this is my motion. When we were working with Mike DeChico and we had the 29 roads in the plan, South Pier Road kept coming up and up and up, and everybody in the town was, referring to that's a heavily used road. When are they going to do that? We know that it was deferred, and we just wanted to make it a priority because it's a road that needs attention. And matter of fact, we got an amendment today that they're working on plans, and we should be talking to the state to see if we can sort of get the South Pier Road on the fast track. And I think this is the time. I think the amendments are, they would like them by Thursday on the 25th, I think it was. So I just put it on because South Pier Road is a road that's really heavily used by a lot of the residents, a lot of visitors, and I don't want to wait 10 years for us to clean that road up.
Great. Thank you, Susan. Any thoughts from the council?
Makes sense to me.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. I get random text messages from people about
Oh,
potholes on the road, right?
Yeah.
All right, Win has his hand up again. Let's see.
I hope it's not an error.
Oh, it's
Oh,
gone.
it's gone.
All right. All
Lift
right.
your
so
hand
now-
off that mouse, Win.
All right. All in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Banano, I.
Eva,
Eva Drzezinski, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopic, aye.
Patrick,
Patrick, my eye.
Trustee Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Number 18. No, 20.
20.
Yep.
20.
Eva, sorry this is so late in the.
That's
you could've
okay.
moved it.
I'll last but not least, but I'll try to make it quick. So I
Well,
put
we just have to
Get the
have
motion.
the motion first. So a motion to approve a resolution in opposition to PRIX LLC's development plan for Galilee. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
And is there a second?
Second.
Second by Patrick. All right, so this is Eva's motion. So go ahead.
Okay, so this is a motion I put on, putting this resolution in because it's in, we received the development plan. And we just want more than what is currently proposed. Basically what we were getting from the developer is more parking in Galilee at the Old Dutch Inn, the Lighthouse Inn. And I think the resolution that was put in speaks for itself because I wholeheartedly believe that Narragansett Galilee deserves better. But I'd rather be a partner with the developer than an adversary. So we want more than a parking lot, obviously, and we don't want to miss out on an opportunity for quality development that contributes to the character of the fishing village of Galilee. And this is a once in a lifetime opportunity to make this right. And so I would call on state leaders to carefully evaluate the terms of the lease agreement and the opportunity before us. When this motion is, this resolution is approved hopefully by council, I want to send this resolution to the governor, lieutenant governor, attorney general's office, state legislature, everyone. I also wanted to, I did get an email from Representative Carol McEntee. I'm not going to read the whole email, but I just want to note that she has made valiant efforts on the behalf of this, proposal and just kind of not approving this actual development plan. And so she's had extensive conversations with DEM and also the lieutenant governor. So she's really been working hard on this issue. But as I understand, there's a new development that has just happened before this meeting that I would like Jim to speak on. So Jim, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Is he still here? I thought he left.
You got 3 minutes because we got to re-up again.
Yeah, 3 minutes.
You can do it.
I spoke with Director Janet Coit from DEM. And the developer has another plan that they've put together, but also DEM has offered to have another workshop where they would bring the higher ups from the company together with the stakeholders from town here, the multiple groups that are interested in it, not just to oppose it, but like Eva said, to collaborate, come up with something that'll work for the town as well. And so I told Director Coit that I would get back to her after speaking with the council, but they've offered to put that together for us again. And this got their, yes. That's it.
Thanks, Jim. All right, any thoughts or comments from the council?
I just want to say, I think this is a really good idea. I'm really glad you're doing this, Eva, and I have a suggestion. And my suggestion is that if it's at all possible, a really great addition to Galilee would be to create something that is like a fishing museum. You know, it's been a fishing port for a long time, and I just think, and they actually, the South County Museum has a thing that they're doing right now about fishing in Galilee. And I just wonder if there would be a way to partner with the South County Museum and actually, begin the process of doing something like that. It's just a thought. So I'm glad you do this.
Susan, any comments?
No, I think it's great, and I'm glad that we're going to do it. It seems like in the workshops, everybody kind of wants the same thing. They don't want a big parking lot down there. It sounds like fog, Galilee advisory. So I think the resolution, sort of getting everybody in the same direction, is very appropriate.
Yep. Patrick?
Certainly there's been an uproar, and I'm glad to see that we're getting some reaction here. Hopefully it's positive.
Yeah, I want to second the the comment by Susan. Thank you, Eva, for taking care of this and getting on this. I think we all knew, based on that workshop, that something had to be done. Nobody was happy. We need to kind of get the ball rolling from what we can do, since it's not town property. Just looking at social media, this is like instantaneously the issue for people. It's like the library issue all over again. Sorry, Susan, you want to hear me? But anyway, thank you again for doing this, Eva. I think this would be pretty impactful, and we'll make sure it goes out to everybody upstate. So, and I'll sign this first thing tomorrow morning so that it could get scanned and emailed right away. So why don't we go ahead? Anything else, Eva, or are you good?
I'm good.
Okay. Why don't we take the vote, starting with Susan?
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Aye.
Trustee Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. 12:29. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Close it.
I'll make
Close
that
it.
motion.
There you go.
Second.
We'll all second it.
Second by Eva.
Aye.
This is actually an early meeting. This is good for
I
us.
know, I know.
All in favor?
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Patrick Murray, aye. Good night. Thank you.
Aye. Motion
Night, everybody.
approved.
Bye.
Thank you all. Have a good night.